All right, so we are underway. So I guess to kick off the meeting tonight, if maybe we can, Amanda, you want to take attendance?
Sure. Seth Roy,
I'm here.
Michael Aronson,
Here.
Nina Aaron,
Here.
Bobby Bowker doesn't look to be here. David Chow. David, can you unmute yourself for our attendance? David, we know you're here. Need you to unmute yourself. Unless you're having technical difficulties.
I know he was on early and he may be having technical issues because I haven't.
Okay, so let's see if he can work those out. Alberto Fernandez does not look to be here. Eric Talbot.
Yes, here.
And Isabella Nguyen.
Here.
Okay, so Isabel, based on where we are with the attendance tonight, you'll be voting.
Okay, thank
Did
you.
you forget Nina?
Nope, I said 9.
No,
Oh, sorry.
she did, but thank you for looking out for me, Michael.
Then we have Jaime Martinez, Planning Director. We have Jamie Kane, Board Secretary, Joe Tremelli from Kellard Sessions, and me, the Land Use
We
Council.
have Bobby Bowker here. He's just on the other side. So let me bring him
Oh,
around.
okay. All right. Still voting, Isabel.
Okay. Awesome.
Hey, good evening, guys. I'm here. Sorry about having like crazy Zoom difficulties. How's everyone doing? Good evening.
All good.
Bobby.
Thanks. Welcome, Bob. All right. So we're here. We're situated. I mean, David is here on the screen, and we'll just wait for him to, get his microphone checked. It looks like maybe did he?
We have a Julie McTavie that is raising her hand. Not sure if we want to allow her to talk.
I think we're not even started with the meeting yet, unless it's one of. Yeah. No. I mean,
I'm wondering if it's somebody who's missing that's like using somebody else's login.
we could make sure that it's not a board member who we're waiting to come in.
Okay. Hi, Julie. You have your hand raised. Can you take yourself off mute?
Hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm at 116 Pine Avenue. I did have an invitation.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. McTavie, I'm just going to stop you for a second. So we'll be going through projects in a moment. We're just taking attendance and making sure that all of our board members are present.
Okay, I wasn't sure if this was board members or community members.
Yep, no, it's okay. So Jaime will put you back in the attendees list,
Okay.
and we'll wait for you when it's your project is up. Okay. So all right, so I think we're ready to go. So we'll kick off the agenda with new business, and we have BAR 01-2021, which is 3 Sherman Place. And if Jaime, you could give us the summary here.
Sure thing. Yes. Okay. All right. So let me pull up my notes here. So for 3 Sherman Place, the applicant is here seeking a BAR approval for a proposed new single-family house. This is just an application to the BAR. The applicant.
I think David.
Unmute David. Yeah. Unmute David. So the application the applicant applied for and received area variances related to front and rear yard setbacks from the zoning board at the last zoning board meeting. And so today they're here just to deal with the BAR application. There's one point of note that I wanted to mention here. The applicant provided a rendering that shows the siding going all the way down to grade. And so I'm assuming that's an error. So the board is going to want to ask questions about what the applicant plans to do with the side of the foundation wall that's going to be exposed at grade.
Okay.
And
we bring them in.
mhm. Can I get a hand raised by whoever it is that is here for the applicant? I see I have John Whitehort, so that's one.
You have anybody here for the applicant right now for 3
I do
Sherman
have
Place?
John Whitehort. But it's not coming in through. I'm just. Not sure what's going on. So let me
Okay.
add them. All right, so I've added them to speak. John Whitehort, hello. If you could speak. Okay, they're gone again. All right. Let's try this again.
Is there only one person here to?
Well,
have any
when they were at the
expectations
zoning
on it?
board meeting, they were all together in one group. There was a bunch of people, but they were all together in one group. Nobody else has their hand raised right now. So if you want to sort of come back to this application?
Yeah, maybe we can kind of forge ahead. I feel badly. I see the name John Whitehort's in there, and he's just not. When you're elevating him, he's just bumping out.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, you have like a way, maybe we can move on. Maybe you shoot them an email or another way of communicating with them, just to make sure there's not a technical issue that we can.
Yeah, I'll check my emails. So, Mr. Whitehort, if you can, email me at jmartinez@villageofaustining.org. And we can try to see if we can figure out what's going on while we go through the next case.
Sounds good.
All right, so I'm going to go through a couple of different applications here that are adjourned.
Okay.
Next is PB 18-2021. That's 2 Sherman Place. The applicant is seeking a site plan approval for proposed new business. However, the application was adjourned in the last meeting. It was adjourned again. We are currently trying to coordinate with the applicant. They've submitted some materials, but the materials don't make it clear to us how many, what kind of a variance they're going to need in terms of the parking. So we have requested a meeting, and we were corresponding with them today. I think we have a meeting set for like either this Wednesday or next Wednesday with the applicant to go over that. Once we have that, they can get an updated referral letter, and then they'll be back on this board as well as the zoning board. Next case is PB 23-2021. It's 4 Narragansett Avenue. The applicant is seeking an excavation and fill permit for some work that they did in their backyard. They did some regrading work. The applicant did not properly notice and didn't post a sign. However, the applicant has been kind of going through this process. They've already done the regrading. They had initially intended on doing a sort of a longer wall, a small retaining wall that stretched across 2 different properties. They've decided to not do that and just kind of leave the grading as is. But the applicant was dealing with COVID, I know, a few weeks ago, and that's why they missed the last meeting. So we're not sure what happened here, but it might be the same situation there. So we haven't heard from the applicant in a couple of weeks. So that's kind of where we are with that. That's why it's adjourned. The next application is 246 South Highland Avenue, IPPsolar. They're requesting site plan approval to install a battery energy storage system at the Arcadian Shopping Center. So the applicant today submitted a response to the Keller Sessions memo. We had not gotten that full itemized response until today. Internally, because this is a matter that has to go in front of the Board of Trustees as well as the Planning Board, I've been in discussions with Corporation Counsel about potentially bringing on an additional consultant who's more specialized in dealing with these battery energy storage. We have not decided internally whether we want to hire this consultant that we've spoken with or any consultant at this point, just because we're just not clear yet on whether or not it's going to be of value. But we do want to ask if the Planning Board would consent to allowing us to hire an additional consultant if necessary. We would, of course, advise the board upon bringing on an additional consultant, but at this time we're just not sure whether we're going definitely hire a new consultant, or whether we're, we'll be able to continue to use Keller Sessions in this component.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense if there's an expertise that's needed that we don't currently have. I would certainly consent to that.
Yeah, I mean, I had a conversation today with the planning commissioner in Greenberg, and they've been going through like a 2-year process to deal with this stuff. So we're, we want to avoid that obviously here, but we do want to make sure that we know what we're doing. It's the first time this kind of an application has ever come forward here, and it's somewhat new. The battery energy storage systems are somewhat new technology, so we just want to make sure that we know what we're doing. Okay, so the next application is an active application. This is great. It's the BAR 1919 78 Croton Avenue. The applicant is here seeking final BAR approvals for mixed-use building. They've come to this board already for site plan approval. They received that, but they did not receive the BAR at the last meeting. They've also received zoning variances. So at this point, there's, the applicant is going to want to come in and talk about their project, but there's one detail in specific. There was this part at the top of the front facade, sort of the cornice that overhangs the balconies. And so the board's going to want to make a decision about whether they want that to sort of dip in with the balcony, similar to how it's done on the side facade, or whether the way it's proposed now is acceptable. So with that, I'm going to bring in the applicant or the representative for the applicant, JBA Hernandez, to talk about the project.
Good evening.
Hey, JB, before you get started, I just want to, just to focus you on your presentation tonight, to focus on the new drawings that you provided. And we've spent a lot of time on this project over the last few weeks, last couple sessions, couple months. So on the aspects that Jaime just described, the cornice in particular, and then I think you also added a new elevation kind of along the lot line with the service station. So if you could just focus your presentation and anything you show to those aspects, and anything else that might be new, but specifically those.
Sure, no problem. Okay, so the material that the board had requested from us was a section, cutting through from Croton Avenue back, and also an elevation showing this is the valuable lane side. This is actually away from the building, so we did provide that. And this is the section how it shows the patio at grade level in the back, and I guess a story higher than Croton Avenue. This is a rendering that we have provided for the rear patio, and these were the colors that we actually are proposing. There's similar, it's just a stock material, and it's the similar color as to what was originally proposed. As per the, we did have, and I can show you in the 3D. Oh. Can you hear me? Because I get feedback. I'm not sure if.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can mute David. I think that's the same issue we're having.
So basically, this is the difference in architectural. The cornice it was the same, but we did have this indentation before on the front and on the sides, and now because it's all concrete, this is a concrete slab. We have discussed length this with a client, but we had opted to have this be a straight cornice, especially because of the construction type that we're doing. And that's about it. Those are the main change. Everything else, the building is the same. Like you said, a lot of time has been spent on this project, so the material. That's the having this indentation that we have now, and the section and the two colors that we're using.
Seth, you're on mute.
Thanks there. Sorry, so I'm a little just confused. I'm looking at, I can't see the drawing number here that we're looking at. But so this elevation does show it shows that the cornice is articulated on that facade, but is that not the intent? Because the rendering.
That was not the intent to do now. But if we can, we will, if we will do that on this side, if we, the idea is to have a straight rectangular shape roof, and that's what they were construction wide for the concrete that we're trying to do.
Is that slab already poured?
No.
I welcome the board members to opine here.
Can we see the revised front elevation again? And I think it's, yeah, down a couple, isn't it? Down? Oh, no.
You mean the?
No, I think it was a couple of pages down, not going up. The
Okay.
revised, you're no longer showing the articulation. You have a straight line, but you're also showing the older, yeah, I think this is it. And then below that, so I'm confused. So proposed previous front did have the indentation on the roof line, and now it's straight across. That's
Yeah.
the difference.
Yes.
And the reason for that again, which I'm not sure I understand.
The reason is that they want to put lighting here, and they also want to make sure that construction wide, this is a straight concrete. This is all concrete building, so this will be the roof will be a slab as well.
And when you say lighting, what are you referring to?
There may be the opportunity to put a lighting to light over the door, right on the recess area, so it feels like a cover area.
JB, are you gonna bring that light into the side where those every other window is indented too? Or is that just gonna be in the front, the lighting?
It was just intended to be in the front along Croton
Okay.
Ave. Yeah.
So is this, the side profile, is that flush? All the windows are flush, or are those just this color, like a different color, or are they indented like a foot or two? What's going on there? On the side?
No, this is it is indented as well. It's just the roof line that is straight.
Yeah, the fascia boards is a straight. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
that's it.
And are you gonna have a gutter going on that, or where's drainage happening? It's gonna go right through the flat roof probably, right?
Drainage is happening at the rear of the building. So this is all pitched to the rear, and there is a drainage at the rear.
Got it, in the roof.
I think I've expressed my opinion here before. It was, I wasn't involved with the original review, but at least there was like some architectural detail there. There was some breakup of that volume. It didn't just feel like a big box sitting right up on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And by kind of getting rid of that, changing the stone to a slightly different material. And now
I think the lighting's a great idea too. The lighting will break up the front a lot at night. It'll totally change the dynamic on it.
yeah, it'd be good to know what that lighting is. I still think you could light it even if it's, you don't need to have that roof to light it. I feel like this could be, it just seems really big and boxy, and it was always big and boxy. It looks a little boxier now than it was. And that's my opinion.
Yeah,
Right.
it does it is a boxy look. It is a rectangle, but he definitely did add textural elements to it, which breaks up the uniformity of it, right? You do have the indents, you have the different color stucco, you have the brick in the front. So you do have some variation in the aesthetics of it. I don't mind the look at all. I think it's a big improvement from what it was, in my opinion.
I think there's no longer the brick in front though. So now it's just a solid slab of stucco, 2 different colors. Am I correct? Because the elevation underneath is the previous elevation with the indentation and the brick front. And now it's just.
Right.
Now it's just a stucco.
Right.
It's stucco, but it will have the pattern.
Ah,
Yeah.
Okay. So it's gonna have pattern in it to speak. I got it.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, the different pictures were a little confusing.
Yeah.
Stucco pattern, perfect.
So it would be helpful to hear kind of how everyone feels about this. Right now, I think the only outstanding item of this, it's a BAR review, and we have to kind of review this with regard to, the parameters of reviewing the architectural components of, especially this street and return facade. I mean, this return facade is very, very visible from Croton Avenue as well. So both of these elevations that we're looking at are pretty exposed, very visible.
Seth, if I may, I just contacted the owner of the property, and I expressed what the board is feeling about the articulations, and he's willing to return this, eliminate, bring this element back, the break and the fascia at the top.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether that is much of a change, and for anybody living on that top floor, I would think they would prefer to have that roof, actually. Otherwise, you've got a roof over the middle layer there, and then no roof on the top one, which I think is it. I mean, I get it about breaking it up a bit, but I think that's sort of strange. I think looking at it, and I take your point, Seth, that it is a big box and it's got a flat roof that makes it look even boxier, but I'm okay with that. I mean, given.
I'm with 9 and 2. I like the one that's straight across without the actual indents on the fascia, just the indents on the actual wall. I think that looks more appealing to me. Anyway, it's an opinion, right? So.
I'd like to weigh in real quick. I do agree. What I would like to say is two things. First, I think that the overhang at the top of the roof, the change in design, does make the building look a little monolithic in terms of just like its massing. I mean, I understand, like, I mean, these seem like these Juliet balconies, like very small, shallow balconies. So, I looking at the old design and the new design on top of them, I really think that the original design has a little more variety to the street wall and a little more interest, considering that it is, I mean, I know all buildings are boxes essentially, but that is a fairly visible area of our village. That's all I have to say.
Any other comments?
Well, I mean, I guess I had a lot of concerns about this project the first time around, and I will say that this is, an improvement over where we started out. And I sort of hear both sides of the argument about the overhang versus the indentation, but if in fact these are not balconies that can really be used other than maybe to put out a potted plant, I mean, they're not balconies that people are going to be able to sit out on or barbecue on, I don't think. I mean, I can vote for the straight across roof, line, but I prefer the other option, the indentation, if in fact these are not really usable balconies. And the more texture, the better to break up the facade, especially, on Croton Avenue, because this is, we've heard some concerns about buildings that are built right up to the street front, the street wall like this, and there is no setback from the street. So it is an imposing structure. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, if those balconies indeed are so small that you can't use them, then it's kind of a moot point. I mean, my concern was just somebody that out there and, a lot more weather, if you like, than they have if it goes straight across. So I'm not wedded to it either way. I do, when we get done with this and before we vote, I do want to have something, I have something to say on the planting plan.
Does anybody else want to speak to the facade? Otherwise, I think Nina, it's probably, if you have other thoughts, it's probably as good enough a time to share those as well. And I actually want to be clear. So I mean, I guess the planting plan is relevant to the BAR insofar as how it interacts with the facade. I mean, is that just kind of looking at how we're, because I know we did the site plan last session.
Well, I would say that the planting plan is relevant to the site plan, not so much BAR, unless you find that it has some sort of, I don't know how exactly it would have relevance to the design of the building, but go ahead, Nina.
Yeah, let's hear what you have to say.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I hadn't really taken a good look at the planting plan before, and I know it was updated, but I had a couple of points. One is, again, and I think we had this on another project as well, that may also, JB, have been one of yours, but it says in there about leaving on the burlap and the wire basket. Please don't do that. You will limit the life of the plants. It just shouldn't happen, particularly not the wire basket. And then you have in there as a proposed planting, and this was on the revised planting plan as well, Euonymus elatus, burning bush. That's actually on the noxious invasive species list now. So that really shouldn't be planted. In fact, I don't know how easy it is even to find it anymore because of that. So you would need to replace that. And then the last comment I had is you've got giant green arborvitae, which is never a favorite of mine. That's personal opinion. But my question is, those things can get 50 feet tall and they're fast growing. And is that really realistic in this location to have something that big? So those were my points. I just don't really, I mean, you could ultimately try and hedge those, but I don't think people really go back and really do that. I mean, they just are left to grow.
I appreciate those comments, Nina, and I would love to take them into consideration. And if we make some changes to, along the lines of using, addressing those issues, that as long as it doesn't affect anything that we have, we'll have to come back and, amend the site plan for it. It's just changes on the plan. So I appreciate the comments.
Yeah, I think maybe even the planting, with the what's it called? Cage and thing like that. That could even be maybe a field change.
Yes.
And but the arborvitae, maybe JB, just take that and consider that in future planting plans. And if you can't even find that noxious species, then that might also have to be
like a field change.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. It's definitely on the invasive species list. So
as long as you're not changing the locations of anything on the plan, then yeah.
Okay.
Great. Thanks, Nina. So, I think that we've, kind of know where we are regarding, well, I mean, we know that there's a question about the cornice, but I think we all have some flexibility. I think at this point, unless there are any other new comments from the board, should we open this up to the public? Just reopen the public hearing on this. Can I have a motion for that?
Nina, Aaron, motion to open public hearing.
Bobby Backer, I second that motion.
Okay, any objections? Or no objections, the motion passes. So we'll move into a public hearing on this. Is there anybody here from the public to speak to this application? If you are, please raise your hand. I don't see anybody. Jaime, you got anybody?
Nope, we have no, I mean, so we don't have anybody here and we don't have any particular letters that were directed at this. We do, however, have a letter that makes a passing comment about, this that was posted to the end of the agenda.
Right.
The board, I direct the board to take a look at those comments at the end of the agenda and, but it was just I think the comment was essentially, why isn't it done yet? So, but I can pull it up if that is the only comment. We don't have anybody raising their hand at this time.
Okay, I mean, if you can pull that up quickly. I mean, that was a brief comment. We can read that onto the record here.
Yeah, it's a weird comment because it didn't come in a formal way that made sense to it. So I'm gonna.
It was a letter about multiple projects, right? I think that was the.
There were two letters about multiple projects. This is one of them. JB, if you could stop sharing your screen real quick, that'd be super helpful.
Yeah, I think the letter about 3 Sherman Place made reference to this.
It did, yes. So, all right, I think you're looking at the same page as me. So the letter talked about, this is about Park Avenue, the trolley building, a bunch of other stuff. And then I think it says here, why is the building next to Jiffy Lube that is already almost on the sidewalk still not completed?
That's it, right?
That's it. That's the only sentence, I think. There's a whole lot of other stuff in there, but I think that's it.
Short and to the point.
Okay. So if there are no other public comments, can we have a motion to close the public hearing on this ARB issue?
Michael Aronson, motion to close the public hearing.
Bobby
Eric
Bauer,
Talbot.
go for it, Eric.
Eric Talbot, I second the motion.
Any objections? No objections, the motion passes. So the public hearing is closed. So, unless without any, final comments from anybody in the board, I think we can, formulate a resolution on this. And I guess it would be helpful for me just to have a round robin. I mean, I think that some of us are maybe more or less agnostic on the cornice issue. I know the drawings that were presented to us and the developer's preference is what's in the drawings, which is to have a straight across cornice. But I would prefer to see the facade a little bit more resemble what was originally presented to us a little bit more than what we're looking at now. I mean, when I'm looking at these two drawings, the original drawing looks like the more developed drawing, and what they're showing us now looks like the original schematic. And that doesn't sit really well with me. So I would prefer to see it restored, but I also will take into account the opinions of everybody else on the board. So I don't know if we want to go around. If Nina, Nina, you want to go next?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not wedded to it either way, so I'm fine if you want to go with, with the indents. Got no problem with that.
Michael?
Yeah, I'm with you, Seth. I would prefer the original version.
Okay, Eric?
Yes, I prefer what was originally approved. Thank you.
Bobby?
I'm fine with either, but if it's unanimous consent, I'll go with the original one.
Okay. And Isabel?
For me, I prefer the original version, although even the revised one, the detail was, I felt like it was very, very, very subtle, but I could go either way, but.
So I want to bring up something here. I meant to bring it up earlier, and Amanda just reminded me, but there's an issue of encroachment. So I'm not sure the exact extent of it. The building is pretty close to the property line right now. We expect that the building, once finished with the facade, is going to be encroaching somewhat. I believe, we got an email today saying it was going to encroach 5 feet. I don't think it's anywhere near 5 feet. I think that might have been in like 5 inches and
5
say it's
inches.
5 feet. Yeah, so one of the things that I think that it's important that regardless of what happens here is that there needs to be a condition in the BAR approval that states that they have to get, approval from the Board of Trustees to get a license agreement for that encroachment issue. Because if they design it, if they build it as designed, they're going to encroach, and they're not going to be able to get a permit until they have that issue worked out with the Board of Trustees.
All right.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know that either of the designs presented makes a difference in terms of that encroachment. It's going to encroach either way. So it's just something you should be aware of, and you should acknowledge in making whatever motion you make.
Is the encroachment on the Valvoline side? Or is it on the side?
On the right of way over the sidewalk.
On the right of way.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
thank you.
I don't know if David has any way of communicating right now. I know he's there, but
Would that be a licensing agreement with the village then?
Yeah.
Oh, it would, okay.
I'm still here.
okay.
Hi,
So,
David.
hey, David. So I just wanted to get log your opinion on this as before we kind of formulate a final motion.
Well, first of all, I'm having some video issues, but I can see you guys well. But I cannot see myself. I don't know if you can see me.
We
I
can't. We can hear you just fine. So that's, and you were able to see the drawings that JB was sharing.
Oh yeah, I can see everything.
Okay.
And my feeling about the building is that it's ominous.
Okay. So do you have an opinion on the changes to the top of the building?
I think from I happened to be driving by today, and I can see that they will work okay in the neighborhood.
Okay. So either of the designs.
Well, the one that show this time, it's pretty good.
Okay. So to be clear, so the presentation that JB gave, you're okay with.
The one that I saw, it looks quite well to me.
So it sounds like we have we have kind of three agnostics. It's we're all pretty evenly divided here. So I mean, we have a presentation in front of us. This is the way that they want it. We've got a board that's kind of on the fence. I'm not gonna. I don't feel like I'm in a position, given the mood of the board, to push it one way or another. So, I mean, I would be comfortable at this point to have a motion with, to approve the BAR as presented to us with the conditions listed. The condition regarding the encroachment. Are there any other conditions we would need to be considering?
Are we gonna drill down on what kind of lighting he's gonna use if he goes with the flat flashing boards? Like maybe figure that out, right?
Yeah.
So one of the conditions, so there's a sort of a separate track that's going within the building department dealing with some of the engineering issues. And so one of the requests from that part of that process was that they provide finished detail showing how much they're going to encroach, and that's going to necessitate that they show the types of lighting fixtures, the size of those lighting fixtures, the depth of them, so on and so forth. If there are any specific conditions around how deep those lights can be, then I imagine you could set them now. I don't think the applicant is ready to talk about the types of lights in this site, but I don't know.
Wouldn't they have shown that to the planning board already?
Yeah. You're muted, Jake.
Mute.
Sorry. We did show it was a shallow light. It used to be a gooseneck light originally, and then it had been changed to a shallow light, like a Litonian shallow, more like this concept type.
Wasn't that just on the storefront part of the facade? I don't recall
Yeah.
seeing lighting for the residential portion of the building.
No, we didn't. I'm talking about shoes for the facade. You
Right,
would-
but not when, were you talking about providing lighting on the upper story underneath the balconies?
That would be a simple, like a recessed light in the ceiling there. There's not gonna be anything special, anything different that will be hanging or anything like that.
This is a recessed down light. You have like a drop ceiling underneath the slab.
Right. Mhm.
Are that allowed to be on the upper layer level and the lower level, or just on the upper level?
On the upper level. It was just to create some lighting, just to give it, so it's not all shadows. It's just it was just to create, so you don't have all the shadows going underneath
But
the.
JB, if you're gonna do that up top, you should probably bring that light to the bottom one as well, right? Otherwise, it's gonna be half lit because the other terrace is gonna be there as well, right? Kind of, no?
Well, and if these are private terraces, they're, one guy has their lights on,
Yeah,
everybody
but
else
they're
has
like
them off.
Yeah, but they're more like Julian terraces. They're not, it's not
Okay.
gonna be, maybe to put a plant, but nothing more than that. You're not gonna be able to stand outside.
JB, ideally that lighting, all of the lighting you're proposing would have been on the site plans.
Yes.
So was it on the site plans?
No, we have the outdoor lighting on the set plan. We didn't have the ceiling lighting, so,
That's outdoor lighting.
yeah.
Okay, so why is it not on the site plans?
We didn't have that on the set plan because we hadn't make that change to that. So at this point, we can leave it with no lighting. So if it's not on the site plan, then it won't be an issue there.
And if we go to the original rendering, it won't be an issue because there would be no overhang, right?
Right.
Does that change things for you a little bit, Bobby, or?
I think it does, yeah. Because then we have to drill down more on the lighting he's gonna use outside on the upper level. If we want to see if we push towards an approval, maybe we just go with, it looks like most of us like the indent, right? If we go that one, instead of the straight fascia board, we go with the indent and fascia board. And then that omits the lighting need.
Yeah, I mean, I like that idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think for me too, it's just really about what was the original design, who was the process, the thought process behind it. And now as we kind of like veer into this, it see like there's other things to consider. If they're going to make that one change, it's going to have other effects. So, I appreciate your comments, Bobby.
Great. So I think with all of that said, then I think where we are right now is with a motion that would approve the BAR application with the condition that the cornice would be, the profile of the cornice in plan would be restored to the original, with these indentations or articulations above the Juliet balconies, as well as the recessed window bays, and that on top of that we would have the conditions regarding the finished detailing as requested, as well as the condition regarding the encroachment issue with the Board of Trustees over the sidewalk. Anything else that we're missing there, Amanda or Jaime? Okay. So
The finished detailing piece.
Yeah.
What's that one? I'm sorry.
So the finished detailing needs to be supplied, but it's at this point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it needs to be supplied to the building inspector and to me so that we can finalize the details. We're going to go back to Corp Counsel, of course, and then he has to work that out at that point. But I think that the design is the design. So the detail is going to get to the depth of the fixtures and the features on there. We have a good sense of it, but we don't know specifically, how much mortar they're going to need to apply, how much foam they're going to have for the, stucco, how much finish on the stucco, how much, the cornice at the top is going to extend. Is it a 6-inch cornice? Is it 8-inch? We have no idea. And so that's going to dictate how much. JB has mentioned, we had an email from Bob Corky earlier that said 5 feet, but JB said it's actually like 5 inches. So once we have that finished detail, we'll know. What we do know now is that the building is 3 inches from the property.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
okay, so can we have a motion?
But Eric Talbot, I make the motion to approve the BAR with conditions as, I'm sorry, I don't have all that.
No, you
I
can
don't
just
have
say,
every,
you can just say so moved.
so moved, thank you.
Bobby Bowker, I second the motion.
And we will do a
Okay.
roll call.
Okay. Seth Roy,
Aye.
Michael Aronson,
Aye.
Nina Aaron,
Aye.
Bobby Bowker,
Aye.
David Chow,
Aye.
Eric Talbot,
Aye.
and Isabel Newen.
Aye.
Motion carries. There's 7 of us here. I'm sorry, I've lost count now.
I believe there's 6 of you.
Thanks. 4, 5, 6, 7.
You're right, 7.
Did we record David's vote?
Got 7.
Good. Counting is the basic one. All right, we're good. Awesome. All right, thank you. And all right, let's move on to the next. Jaime, you want to go to 8189 Highland? Just give us an update.
Yeah, so we actually had 2 Sherman is here now. They were here
Okay.
before. They were just, they said the computer's freezing, so I think it might make sense to bring them back on.
Let's do it.
Um,
3 Sherman, right?
I'm sorry, yeah, 3 Sherman. Wrong Sherman Place.
Sorry. All right, and this is another, so I guess you did the introduction before. Does everybody recall the Jaime's introduction regarding the BAR and the stucco, the foundation wall being a question?
Correct. Mr. Whitehort?
Hello?
Hello, you guys we can see you. So
Can you
you
hear
guys can, welcome. You can go ahead and give us your presentation.
Can you hear us?
We can
Yes.
hear you and see you.
We're looking to put a single family home on lot number 2, next on Sherman Place. We sent in renderings for you to take a look at. It is a total of 2,500 square feet, 2 stories. It has a 2-car garage with 2-car parking out front so that we wouldn't have to worry about putting cars on the street. We did have to go across the line a little bit with the deck, but the lots are irregular. So we requested to go over the lot or the setback line by 13 feet to compensate for the deck. We believe that the house that we have designed is going to suit the neighborhood and it's going to clean up that area. Now, we also did do a flyby rendering, if you guys would like to see it, that we can share with you after you're done looking at this.
So anything you present here needs to have been provided to the public prior to the meeting, prior to the revision deadline. So
Okay.
we can't show any new information, unfortunately.
Okay. All right, and I believe I heard a comment about the siding earlier, going all the way down to the ground. No, we don't have to do that. We can bring that, raise that up 3 feet or whatever the township would like, or the village would like. In order to
Was there any
accomplish-
way to show this rendering in the actual lot where it's being built? Like-
Yeah, that rendering is actually on, well, yeah, this rendering was designed on that lot. That's correct.
Okay.
And then because we cannot share, but we actually have that house plus 3 others placed on the actual lot itself. And then we actually did a drone flyby and placed the houses on there also, but we got that done later.
Okay.
And the way that this meets the ground is just so far as the topography and how much of the windows and everything that's sticking out above grade, this is true to the site topography?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
You know, one of the issues with the rendering that we talked about the other day in our pre-meeting was that you have these huge shadow boxes around the windows. It looks like maybe that's an error in the rendering, that you didn't sort of insert the windows deep enough into the plane. So can
That would be
you
correct.
clarify? All right.
Yeah, we'll put a band around there, but we don't intend to have those windows project.
But you are doing divided light on all of your windows this way.
Yes, that's correct.
And I don't see any gutters or downspouts. Are those shown on the elevations?
I don't know if we actually picked them up on the elevations. We have to put them into the drainage anyway at that point. That's in our stormwater management plan. So they'll come down and go right into the ground and go right into the dry well.
And to be clear, the variance you received was for the setback related to the deck.
Yeah, the deck, and actually they did want to set a variance for the front steps and to put shear. So the front steps, we don't necessarily have to come out that far. We might even eliminate them to the driveway and just go straight out to the sidewalk with a sidewalk itself from the house. But that would be later on down the line.
I would caution you that that's a change. That's a change that would make you go back to the VAR. So you need to make a decision about whether the sidewalk is there as it's designed, whether the steps that come out are there as designed, or whether you're going to do it a different way. If you do it differently than what you presented here, you're going to need to come back here.
No, then at this point, if you pass us, then we will stick with what we have.
How many parcels is this in from Croton Ave, right? Because this Sherman goes right up to Croton Ave. How many parcels or homes is it in from the street?
Well, it's not even homes. It's commercial, and it's two.
Two. Is there any way we could pull up like Google Earth, like Street View on it, so we can see, just so we could picture the mass in there? Because it looks like a pretty big home, like you would see. Just want to see what it will look like in that area.
Yeah, I'll pull it up right now.
If you want, I'll say it again. We can give you we have a drone that flew up top if you want.
Oh, awesome. Oh, cool.
So I'm going to let you know, the frontage on the property, I want to say is 85 feet, or around 80 to 85 feet. The depth of the property is, I got to go back to the plans, but there's on one side, there's the old trolley barn building. The next building over from that is the sort of the auto body shop on the corner. Then there's these sort of what looks like one very large vacant lot at Sherman Place right now. It's actually 4 parcels that were subdivided. Originally that large lot, which I'm going to pull up here in like 2 seconds, was connected to that trolley barn building. But some years ago it was subdivided off, and now there is the sort of the trolley barn building itself, and then the 4 lots that are right here. So on one side of these 4 lots, 2 that go into Park Avenue, 2 that go into Sherman Place, you have a park, Arthur Jones Park, and then on the other side, pretty close to the border of the building, you have the border lines. So let me turn on the aerial photograph to give you a better sense. So this is essentially subdivided like equally into 4 portions like this. And then if you go to the street, let's go to the other side. You can see what's going on here. So that's the park. That's the trolley barn building. And then this is the building on the corner of Croton Ave. So the building
was subdivided into 4 buildable lots.
It was subdivided into 4 buildable lots. So they're conforming lots in terms of square footage. What they are is a little weird for the sort of normal lot that you find here in the village. Normally a conforming 75 lot has to be 75 feet deep and essentially 100 feet long. What they have here are ones that are sort of spun around on their side. So instead of being 75 at frontage, they're 100 at frontage and like 75, almost 80 feet deep. So they're all about 8,000 square feet. So they're, large enough, but the reason they needed area variances for front and rear yard setbacks is because you're required to have a 30-foot setback in the front and the rear yard. And because of the way that they're sort of positioned, they didn't meet that. A unique nature of our code is that anything that's attached to the building is considered part of the principal building itself. And so the stairs leading out is considered part of the principal structure. So it has to meet that 30-foot setback. So that's why they had to get the setbacks for the front yard. They have a deck on the back of the property, which is why they need to get a setback for the rear yard. But in both instances, the principal building, I think what most people consider the principal building, is within that 30-foot line, right? So the building starts, but the steps encroach in the front and the deck encroaches in the back. But both in the front and the back, the property itself is somewhat within that 30-foot space. So, and you kind of see that from here. So,
And it would be the same thing on Park too, right? Obviously, right?
well, you're not really looking at any of those other applications right now, so I don't want to get too much into the details of those because we don't have anything in front of us there.
Yeah, but it kind of feels like this is gonna be a holistic plan where all these are gonna go together, right? So I'm trying to picture what it may look like down the line. Is one.
You
two,
can ask
three.
the applicant that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have a similar question as to whether the applicant owns all 4 lots and what their intention is long-term with the development of the property.
Okay, we do own all 4 lots. We intend, if this is approved, to put 4 identical houses on the lots. We would like to hold the front main part of the house, the main wall, at the 30-foot setback and only let the steps go over. The 2 lots closer to the park are thinner than the 2 lots that are close next to the trolley barn. So they will go over the backyard setback a little further than this lot here. But this lot and the lot right behind it on Park Avenue, pretty much we'll be asking for the same setback variances.
Yeah.
The other 2 will have a little bit more in the rear yard, but we're proposing to keep the front wall at the 30-foot setback in order to keep everything uniform. So really, the only people that are going to see that there's a problem with the setbacks are going to be the homeowners themselves. And it's actually, if you look at the rest of the neighborhood, and this is why we did the drone fly around, when we put these 4 houses on the 4 lots, we have more room around our houses than most of the other houses in the area.
I think that would definitely be helpful to see that visual.
Can we share that with you now, or is that not? Are we not able to do that?
Amanda, just to be clear, we can't show any new material due to the public meetings law.
Well, it's not necessarily totally prohibited. It would, be posted after the fact.
Okay.
It's up to you, Seth.
And the document that you're showing it's an aerial photo similar to like a Google Earth, but with the renderings placed in.
Yeah, we did. Yes, that's correct.
It would help me visualize, because I have a couple of questions. One being how these compare height-wise with the trolley building, because this looks quite large, and I just wondered about the height. I don't know how tall the trolley building is. And the other question I had to do with the garage and the driveway. Is that, it looked in the renderings as if it slopes down, but I wasn't sure.
No, it might look like it slopes down in the rendering a little bit, but it actually slopes up 6 inches.
Okay, good.
From the curb.
All right, yep.
I mean, I think this is all helpful information in terms of getting a sense of this house, and then in the context of what will it be once this all develops into a 4-house development. But remember, this is not a site plan review. This is a single family house. There is no site plan review. It's just BAR. So can continue to keep that in mind.
Thanks, Amanda. I mean, would it be helpful, with that in mind, I mean, to look at these renderings to see, I think specifically the relationship of this proposed lot house at 3 Sherman to the existing trolley building next door, and also in relation to the buildings potentially across the street.
Yep.
Just so we can kind of get a better sense of scale. I'm comfortable if nobody on the board objects to letting them share that image for those purposes.
I think would be
It
helpful.
would be helpful. And it would also be helpful to see it in context with the adjacent park. And I know we're not seeing this now, but I am concerned about the statement that it's going to be 4 identical houses on this parcel. And I'm not sure how to address that issue, but that does concern me.
Yeah, I agree, though I also am sensitive to what Amanda is pointing out, which is that we're reviewing this house right now.
Right.
So, yeah,
They can share. I mean, they're able to share technically. So
Okay.
if they want to share, they can do that now.
and Amanda, you were about to just interject one thing.
Yes.
Oh, I was just gonna say, if you want to address that excessive similarity issue or excessive uniformity issue, which is well within your authority as being the BAR, you know,
Well-
you don't have the 3 other applications that, you know, sounds like it will be coming before you in the future. You can certainly suggest to the applicant that they consider that excessive uniformity is discouraged in the village, and that they consider that in their future designs of the other 3 houses.
Thank you. Yeah. I think that's the message that we're hearing. Okay, so can you guys just kind of give us orient us? I think we see what we're looking at, but
Well, to the left-hand side, you can see the long brown roof. That's the trolley building. And point to that, that's a trolley building. The house next door, Rosie, to the right, that's the lot that is in question right now. And then if you go one further, that's lot number 4 to the right one. Yeah, that one's 4. And then you get, or I'm sorry, that's 2, 3. Then you got 4 and 5 on Park Avenue.
okay, we can see relation to the park, and then the neighbors across the street, are those directly across the street? Those are all residential.
Yes. Yeah, and you can see that we have more space on our property than the surrounding houses.
And if you can zoom out, could you zoom out a little, because I know you're focusing on the other side of the block, but like we're looking on, I guess, what would be the east side. Yeah, and kind of comparing it to that. That's, I think, more the immediate neighborhood that we're looking at for this particular house.
Yeah, they're looking for one house. That's why they're looking on this side. Now for similarity, I mean, do you not like the idea of the houses looking alike, or you just want us to change like the facades of it?
So I'm happy for other board members to step in here. And when you begin to think about presenting these other projects to us, I think keeping in mind that we don't want to see excessive uniformity, as Amanda pointed out. That can mean a lot of different things. Obviously, there's massing, there's facade decoration. So there's a lot of different components to that. But that's for future. I think right now let's try to keep our focus to the degree that we can on this. So other thoughts on the board now that we're looking at this?
No, I guess you're 100% right. We want to focus and keep it in the purview of just this one BAR application. So can we drill down on the materials that are being used on the finishes on the house? Like, what are you doing? Vinyl siding? Like, what's going on out there?
Yeah, so the front will be stone and stucco.
Okay.
And then the 3 other sides will be vinyl siding.
And the color is going to be white.
And white vinyl windows.
White vinyl windows. Okay.
So the stone, we have proposed for a light gray stone at this time, and then more of a cream siding. And white fascia.
And that stone finish, is that going to be brought on the side yard too, where currently the siding is going all the way down to the grass? To the ground?
No, it's just going to be brought, it's only on the front facade.
Okay. So how are you going to, what's going to look like when you terminate the siding on the side yard then? What's going to be under that, the termination line?
Say that again?
What's going to be, when you terminate the siding on the side yard, what are you going to have from the ground up?
We
Like
can
that's
do,
super-
just like a porridge on the cinder block, and we can pretty much use the same finish on the face. We use a finish we use on ephes, but it's only an 1/8 inch thick, so we can just use that as a stucco finish.
Got it. And this is going to be, is this stick built or is it going to be poured concrete like manufactured housing going in here?
No manufactured housing. We're going to use truss roof, truss flooring, but we're going to stick frame everything else, and it'll be a cinder block basement.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
I guess, I mean, this is really just my personal preference. I am not a huge fan of vinyl siding. I'm wondering if you considered hardy plank or something similar. I mean, I know that the architecture in this neighborhood is very eclectic. There's lots of different styles. But I don't, these feel like, it feels like a very large house. It feels very suburban, and I'm not sure, it's still a little hard for me to tell the scale and relationship to the properties across the street. Those are just some of my concerns. I don't know, maybe the color palette, I feel like could be different.
Okay. I mean, we don't have a problem going with the hardy plank instead of a vinyl siding.
I agree with Michael. If you're not if you're fine with going with hardy plank instead, I think that would be a big improvement over vinyl. And I'm also not sure about, I mean, with what you've done here, whether this is really to scale or not, but that's, yeah. I mean, I agree. They look like large houses to me.
Well, that's part of our design problem that we have with these 4 lots, because they're so narrow. When we use the setback, in order to get a house that we could actually get in for the modern everyday family now, with coronavirus and all the other stuff going on, people want to have a garage now. They want to have the ability to possibly put in a home office if they need it so they can work from home. They want to have a deck out back to watch their kids. A lot of the homes before, they were able to just, go out to work. The kids stayed at school. They came in, they played the sports, and came back. But now a lot of people are getting trapped into them. So at this point, we were designing it, and we decided that we were going to try to give them everything they need without coming to you within a year and saying we want more. So that's why we put in the 2-car garage. We put the deck out back of it, and we made sure there was room enough to actually have a home office in here. But at the same time, we had to stretch the house because of the setbacks from the front and the back.
And these are 2,500. These are 2,500 square foot homes, right, John? 2,500.
What's that?
These are 2,500 square feet.
Yes, that's correct.
Without the basement, is it a finished basement, unfinished basement?
No, well, it does have part of the basement in it. No, the basement on the one side is not finished. The other side is the garage. And the only area that we picked up the square footage on, which is like 438, is just coming in from the basement to the utility rooms and then going up to the first floor.
So that 438 is the unfinished basement square footage?
No, that's the area that we would have drywall in and would have a laundry room, the heater closet, and maybe a storage closet.
Got it. And so what is the square footage of the unfinished basement, assuming at one point it may be finished, right? Just get an idea of the size.
You're probably looking at about 1,000 square feet.
Okay. So it's potentially.
Actually, no, I'm going to say no. You're probably looking at 800 because I was dividing it up wrong, because you got the 2-car garage in there.
So 2,500 plus 800 plus 423 could be the size of the house. It's a big house. Got it. Nothing wrong with a big house. Just trying to get.
Well, I mean, in
size.
today's world, they got too many people staying in the house for too long. So in reality, it's a big house. It's a long house, but it's not a wide house.
Yeah, that just gives us the size, the sense of the massing when you're talking about it could potentially be 3,700 finished square feet. So it gets you an idea of the sense. Get it, Michael? It's a 37 square foot house.
Yeah, thank you, Bobby.
You're welcome.
And the other thing is, I mean, I don't know if there are going to be anybody from the neighborhood speaking about this, but I know that one of the letters we received expressed concerns about parking. And so I am glad to see that in addition to the two-car garage, there is a parking pad that allows for 2 additional cars, which I think can address some of those community concerns, because there is the park right there that people use. And so I think that aspect is good.
Well, in reality, we're actually, I mean, I'm not going to take credit for this, but because we have a double bid going into every house, we're actually eliminating cars from parking there because they can't park in front of our driveways there. So typically, and this picture doesn't show it that we have up on the screen, they are correct. Most of the time, that entire side is filled with traffic parked there. And it's slowly been getting cleared away since we've been there. But once we put these driveways in, it's going to deter people from parking over there.
Is there overnight parking on Sherman there? Permit?
Yes, there is.
Will you be eliminating? I mean, this is not part of the BIR purview here. So, but just out of curiosity, will you be eliminating any of those permanent spots?
Us? No, we haven't asked for it. No. But at this point, I mean, if you feel that this is a need, we can go ahead and ask to get rid of them.
No, I mean, it's just thought about that out loud. I think Michael's comment about providing that additional parking on site is helpful. Okay, I mean, at this point, I know we've talked a lot about the facade. I know we got some letters. Do you think we're ready to open up a public hearing on this matter? Anyone
I think so.
Okay, can we have a motion then?
Bobby Bowker making a motion to open for public hearing.
Dinah Aaron, second.
Any objections? No objections, the motion passes. We're now in a public hearing. Do we have anybody from the public to speak this application? If you do, please just raise your hand. And then I guess, Jaime, you can pull everybody in one at a time. When you come in, please just state your name and a place of residence for the record before speaking to the application.
We have Avis Sri Jayanta.
All right, Miss. Yep.
Yes, Avis Sri Jayanta, if you could take yourself off mute.
Hello, I live on Sherwood Avenue. And so I've been paying attention to this property for quite some time. I live in a 1,300 square foot house. Have lived here for about 35 years, probably longer. And I have to say, I think these are quite large houses. And one of the reasons I'm concerned about this is because the last time there was a proposal for houses in this area, I was under Mayor Perillo. And the designer actually attempted to put in, I'm not sure that there was such a competent planning department as we now have. And the designer attempted to put in 2 houses, in each house that and there was a duplex. And luckily Mayor Perillo was a developer himself, so he spotted that. I know that large houses are in style, but they're very much against, or not against, but we don't have them in our particular little neighborhood. I'd also like to say that I appreciate the developer saying that he's attempting to deal with the parking issues along the street. But let's just say that since his business has started there, it's dramatically changed. So I don't know if this was an issue about putting his business in the trolley building, but I just say it's something that the village and the planning department should be dealing with, that and I'm sure this house will be involved with, is the fact that the commercial and the residential are essentially in conflict here. And the park is definitely in conflict. So I hope you'll deal with those two issues, the size of the house and the potential. I don't know if it's a real issue at the moment, the potential for subdivision and the parking issues. Thank you. And I commend you all for doing this thankless job.
All right, thank you very much. Okay.
I want to clear up real quick. We have the applicant here. It's worth mentioning that the property has transferred over the years. The 2 Sherman and 3 Sherman and all of the lots this developer owns, they're different owners. Unless I'm mistaken there, Mr. White, you have no financial connection to Sherman, correct?
That is correct. Yes, we only own the lots.
And you also just purchased these lots. You didn't own them in the past either, correct?
No, we just purchased them off of the guy who owns 2 Sherman lots, or the developer that owns 2 Sherman lots. But yes, we have no connection with them whatsoever.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, and another statement real quick, the idea of the commercial. Yeah, we're taking a hit in reality because we're putting our houses right next to the commercial, but we're actually giving the park a buffer. We're moving the commercial away from the park by putting our houses in its way. So, I mean, it's not much, but at least it's giving the park a buffer from the commercial zone up there. It's going to be a hard set for the commercial to start putting trucks in front of the houses once the homeowners start to occupy.
Well, they've gotten away with it so far.
Well, it's an empty lot at this point. So,
well, I mean, they're parking right next to the park, and you see that the house on the other across the street, they're parking all along there all the time.
And I would point out that, well, we're certainly sensitive to parking issues. We're right now reviewing this as a Board of Architectural review. So, while we're looking at the massing and the scale and those concerns, which are really important to how the neighborhood looks and how the building looks in the neighborhood. We're not reviewing the parking. That's a different process from what we're doing right now.
Thank you for clarifying all this. I'm just raising it as an issue that the neighborhood is very concerned about. And the neighborhood is also concerned about the scale. I mean, the last developer attempted to put a 7-story building in here, and we're very happy for single-family homes. We want to make sure they're not duplexes. And we think that these houses are a little bit larger than everything else in the neighborhood. Kind of like those houses behind the water tanks near Reservoir Park that are across the street from teeny little houses. It's not quite as bad as that, but it's that kind of scale. I mean, I live in a 1,400 square foot house. You can see it in the picture there on Sherwood, actually.
Can we, just for the benefit of the board, since we're talking about this one lot again, can we just have this rendering removed from the screen?
Yeah, take that down.
Just so the comments are a little bit more focused as well.
Right. We are speaking to one building here. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your comments. It's helpful. I would love to know, is there anybody else from the public here to speak?
We have a Susan Askew Torres. I was going to read their letter, but one of the letter writers is here. So
okay, great. And again, yeah. So Miss Srijantha, we'll move you over to the attendee side again, and we'll bring in Miss Askew Torres. And again, state your name for the record and your place of residence.
Hello, Susan Askew Torres.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, yeah, Susan Askew Torres. I live at 22 Park Avenue. My house is 1,550 square feet, and I raised 3 kids here, or my husband and I raised 3 kids here. It's plenty big. So the scale is, yeah. So if we're sticking with the conversation around scale and appearance, scale is going to be a consideration for sure. And just compatibility with the neighborhood's really, really important to all of us, I think. That's why we're all here. And I know we're not talking about parking, but parking is a big, big deal. So because that business, I'm glad to know actually that it's not the same owner, because the owner of the trolley building, his trucks are everywhere. So that will be an issue. But I think it's just to reiterate everything that Avis just said. She covered everything, I think, well. So that's it.
Right. Thank you. We appreciate your comments. Okay, so do you see any other hands, Jaime, or is there anybody else here to speak? I don't see anything. Okay.
No, there's nobody else here. I think what I'm going to do now is read that other.
Okay.
That's
Right,
okay. I'm going to read it. Just I don't want to not read it into the record since the other person's not here. So let me just pull that up. Okay, so this comment comes from Lisa. No last name and no address. It says, I'm writing out of concern on issues discussed at the recent planning board meeting. The first issue is houses being built on Park Avenue next to the trolley building and behind the park. It was stated by, I believe, the builder that this is the first house out of 3 that was proposed to be built. Park Avenue is a very busy street to begin with. The company in the trolley barn has many customers parking on the street clear down to the end of the park. There are also local people who live near the park operating landscaping businesses out of their homes. These individuals park their landscaping trucks on the street right next to the park during the day and the evening. Lastly, even the Delgados has a parking lot. The traffic from that establishment already clogs the street. A plan of 3 homes on that small piece of land will inconvenience families who live on Park Avenue, Marshall Place, Forest Avenue, and any other street funneling into this proposed building site area. All the homeowners in the area would have to detour to Calm Avenue to exit the neighborhood. That is a terrible corner across from Melrose Lumber. The school buses for Roosevelt School and delivery trucks from Melrose is a nightmare already. Existing below Park Avenue would not be practical. Exiting, spelled incorrectly there, below Park Avenue would not be practical if the homeowners wish to travel to streets above Park Avenue. Let me move on to, all right, so that is, it now moves on to a different project. So stop it there.
All right. I mean, based on where we are, we've heard a lot of comments. I mean, from the public talking about scale, I think having a clearer representation of how this looks in situ, not just from the aerial site, but from ground level. I know the renderings were helpful to see kind of materially, but they were kind of in an imagined landscape. So to see those properly rendered in site, I think would be really important. I know there was some conversation about the use of hardy board versus vinyl siding. I agree. I think that would be just a material improvement just in terms of the appearance and the quality of the building. I think we talked about the foundation issue and we heard about the parge or stucco coat that they might put down there. I think to see that in the representation that they're providing us as a next step. Is there anything else that board members would like to see representationally to help us?
I think you've covered it. I just really want to be able to see it in terms of its scale. Just to reiterate that, with the trolley building and, with the other houses in the neighborhood, because they do just look, that it looked really big to me.
I'd like to say I agree with Nina too, and I think that having renderings with, and I know that this is not a site plan review, but that being able to see sight lines of how it looks in context placed into the actual neighborhood would be great. And another thing, like, and I know this is not site plan, but because the screening is, it's not involved in this, but that's all I have to say.
I think that just so you're not too concerned about what you're requesting, you're looking for excessive dissimilarity or excessive similarity when you're talking about that scaling. I think in the past I've directed you to the VAR chapter, but specifically 270-58 B talks about the fact that if there's excessive dissimilarity with respect to other structures in a certain square footage, with respect to height of the building or height of the roof, that's something that you can look at. Excessive similarity with respect to, it's all laid out in that chapter. And, respectfully, the applicant should also look at that and especially with regard to future plans. It lays it out exactly with respect to what excessive similarity means. But yes, the board can be looking at these renderings should be helpful for the board to determine whether there will be excessive dissimilarity with what's around the proposed home.
Yeah, and I think just in general, it's important to remember you do have a review responsibility throughout this process, and asking for more materials is perfectly acceptable. And so this is part of your normal review. I think that, in the past, sometimes the BAR may not be given as strong of an emphasis as the site plan, elements that you deal with. And so it is important. If you don't have the proper information, you can ask for it, and the applicant has the ability to come back and do it. The only thing I would say is I might recommend, there are two different things that you may want to look at here. One is an elevation across the adjacent property, so that you can get a sense without sort of any perspective views to show how tall that building is next door in the trolley barn and how tall this is. So like an elevation reflecting that, they already have the elevation of the buildings. They just need to append to the side that, and then a sort of a kind of mosaic integration of the proposed building next to it, in line with what Eric had mentioned a moment ago. So I think some sort of like photo mosaic of the building next to the trolley barn. You may want to, if you want to ask for it, you might want to have a couple of different locations, sort of one looking towards the trolley barn and one looking towards the park.
Yeah, I would also add, because this is an unusual site, because the majority of the neighbors that we're concerned about are kind of across the street or on the other side of the block, right? Because there are no next door neighbors. The next door neighbors are, there's currently empty lots in a park, and then there's the commercial space. So it is unusual. So I actually was thinking having a view that's where you're standing in the backyard, and I don't know the right way to phrase this, but to see the east side of Sherman and the houses that are on that side, and the ones that are going to be facing them, and that might be a rendering where you're seeing the side of the house. I don't know if anybody has a better way of describing that. It's a tricky one, or maybe it's just a photograph standing looking towards Croton Avenue, closer to the park, where you can see those houses facing each other, in scale.
I think that would be helpful. And I'm assuming that we would also, since we've been talking about the materials, we would see revised drawings with new materials, new color palette, perhaps.
Yeah, so normally the BAR does receive full color material information. So like if they're using hardy board, here's the color of the hardy board. We didn't ask for it, we didn't receive it this time. So I think it's probably a good time to round that up. If they're amenable to making that change to hardy board, as discussed earlier, then they should, when they update the submission, that they provide the detail on the materials that they're going to use along with the color palette, sort of specify.
Stone, the stucco, the roofing tile, windows. All right. So have we articulated everything that we need to ask of them? You guys clear on what we need to see next time?
Yeah, so you're looking for, just so we go through it all, you're looking for a color palette and clear pictures of all that. What material we're going to switch these vinyl siding to. You're also looking for a rendering that shows the height of the building along with the height of the trolley building. You're looking for a rendering that will show across the street, the size of our house as it portrays to the other houses across the street.
So I want to kind of amend that a little bit. I think that what was mentioned a moment ago is not a rendering, rather, but an elevation of the front of the building with the additional trolley barn to the side, and then sort of a photo mosaic, which is different from a rendering, which is sort of theoretical, rather, a rendering kind of like input into an existing photo. So somebody goes out, takes a picture of the site from that angle, and then sort of folds in the proposed building into the landscape to see how it looks in real life. It's a little different than a rendering, I think. It's not, they're similar, but not exactly the same.
Okay,
All right.
yes.
Okay. So we're still in the public hearing. Can we have a motion to adjourn the public hearing?
Motion. Oh,
Oh, go ahead, Nina. Are we adjourning or are we closing?
Well, we're asking for additional information,
Right,
so I think we're adjourning.
Go ahead, Nina, sorry.
okay. Nina Aaron, motion to adjourn public hearing.
Michael Aronson, second.
Any objections? No objections. The motion passes. All right, so the public hearing is adjourned. You guys have your marching orders for next time, and we'll see what you come back with, and we look forward to it.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. Okay, so we're now going to jump back into part 2 of the agenda. I know we jumped out. I think we were stopping off. You were going to give us a update on Birch Brook.
Yes. So the PB 719 BAR 1519 8189 South Highland, the Birch Brook Manor project. So the applicant has been working on this. They've submitted a updated tree survey of the property, as well as a tree replacement plan. They've updated their wetlands plan. However, we're now working to coordinate a time for the tree warden to meet their tree person in the field to verify the DBHs. And once that's done and completed, hopefully over the next couple of weeks, they'll be in a position to come back to the board.
Thank you.
Just one question. Did we get the updated comments from the Environmental Council, Advisory Council? Because I saw there was the old one from 2020, but I didn't see a new one on the list, but maybe I just missed it.
I'm looking right now. So it does not look like it. I will, I'll follow up with Stuart to see if we can find out about those comments.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. So the next on the agenda is 14 Water. Give us an update on where that stands, Jaime.
Which one is 14 Water Street? Yeah. So PB 06 2021 BAR 05 2021 14 Water Street. So where we stand right now is that the board at the last meeting passed the negative declaration for the environment. At that point, staff started looking a little heavier into the some of the parking issues, the parking waiver, and everything else. The applicants proposed what would, I think is best described as an unorthodox analysis of the parking demand by interpreting the code to mean that the first floor is a basement and therefore does not need to provide parking. That would thereby impact the calculation of the parking waiver. Staff has requested additional supporting documentation to support the assertion that the bottom floor is in fact basement as defined in the code. We have not yet received that information in response from the applicant. But essentially their assertion is that due to the sort of the wording of the code, that it's a basement. And so they don't need to provide parking for it. Obviously, they're not providing any parking. So it becomes a question of whether they need a parking waiver for 8 spaces under their interpretation, or whether they need, I think, a 12 spaces waiver if they can't support that definition. So we're still waiting on a response from them. That's why they're adjourned today.
Very good. Thanks. Okay, so moving along, you want to give us 173, 175 North Highland?
Yeah, So 173 North Highland, it's the former Maple Lodge site. It's the location where the gas station has come in with a proposal, as well as the furniture store. So overall, we have recently, as recent today, actually received several letters in opposition to this. It appears that most of them are coming from other gas station owners in the area that are generally posted. So I think we have posted one of those comments, and there's a couple more that I expect to come in. So with that in mind, where it stands is that the application still needs to amend some components of the application to respond to the Keller Sessions review memo, including some inconsistency with the base map of the proposed plat plan and the survey. And as of yet, the applicant has not sent updated plans to New York State DOT. But there are a bunch of items that we'd like that are from the Keller Sessions memo that we'd like the board to decide today if they can. So it's a pretty long list. I think it would be best if I just sort of go through them one by one, give us some feedback, and then I can move on to the next item. Okay. You may want to bring in the applicant at some point here to help with some of these questions. So, okay, I'm gonna bring in JB. If I can find them. All right. So JB, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. All right, great. So again, there are several unanswered items from the Keller Sessions memo. Keller Session is going to be updating their memo based off of the most recent submissions, which came in. Some of them came in the last couple of days. But in the interim, these are the items I think that you can provide some access on right now. So first one is that the planning board should decide whether the applicant should provide a formal easement to the neighboring property to ensure access as is currently provided, and ensuring that it's maintained, or in the alternate, an affidavit from the neighbor that they have no objection to the site design as currently configured, or nothing at all. So let me pull up the plans. And we can go from there. All right. So honing in on here, this is sort of the way that it's been designed here. It's not going to be used as a formal. This is the platform. Actually, I think the site plan might work a little better here.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, let me get the site plan up. Okay. So again, so the neighbor does have access to this area right now. I think
that's the existing. I'm sorry. That's trying to point out that's the existing condition. So
correct. And the proposed plan.
Keep going down.
This way.
Mm-hmm.
So, the question is really whether or not the board would like to require a formal easement here, or whether they would like a, some sort of letter of acknowledgement from the neighbor that they are aware of the plan and that they don't object to the plan, or whether the board is just fine as is.
And there's no current easement in place, right?
No.
No, there is no current easement, and there is their property has access from Beach Road and has access from also have like 4 points of access. So this project has been approved a few times already, and I believe the second time around there was extensive discussion between the neighbors, and it was decided that there was not going to be an easement. There was just going to be 10-12 foot area that Southly, my client decided to give them as an access. So for now, right now, they're not even using as an access. There is like a container there. So we don't feel the need that there should be an easement written. I mean, it has been explored already, the idea of easement or not, and it became, the neighbor is not inclined or has no desire to do any maintenance or take care of any of these areas. So the way we designed the project, it does give it, an area that is not useful for our project. And if they so desire, they can use it for to access their property.
Who is the adjacent neighbor, JB?
It's the motorcycle place.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
that's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
And there's no easement in place. They've got access from the street. I think a notification, from the neighbor, just kind of because they, it looks like it's been used. I was looking at the aerial photos. I guess there is kind of a blacktop connection between the two lots currently. But I don't necessarily see the need to create an easement. There's a curb cut right off of Route 9 onto that lot.
I think, JB, just for the planning board's peace of mind, we would like something in the record from the neighbor acknowledging this application, this plan, and that that this is the design and they understand and acknowledge it.
Okay.
In writing.
Yep.
If an easement is not going to happen.
Right.
Because if they have other access, then it's not totally fatal to that lot.
Mm-hmm.
But we need something in the record to know,
Okay.
to understand that they're aware.
Understood.
Okay. Should we keep moving on this list?
Yeah. All right. So the next item is that the planning board should determine whether it is amenable to the loading space as designed, or prefer to place it somewhere else, as where it is currently placed, it would block access to some off-street parking spaces while in use. Now, the applicant stated that the loading will take place in off hours only. I don't know whether, we have no way of really enforcing that. So I think that, you just have to consider whether or not that's, acceptable or not. And if it's not, whether it's possible to move that to somewhere where it's not going to be disturbing so many people. But it's just a question for the board to address. So this is the loading area that they've shown. You can see it's blocking all these spaces in the front, including the handicap spots. I don't want to speak for Keller Sessions here. Maybe they can detail, but I think that they were thinking that, the vacuum center might be a place where they can do loading instead of this location.
Yeah, and I may just add to that, because of the size of the building that's proposed, the village code doesn't even require a loading space. So, I definitely like the idea of it. I think it's something that's going to be needed for this type of use. It was just something to bring to the board's attention that, if that Pepsi truck is parked there, those spaces are not usable at that time. There's certainly other areas, like you said, in front of maybe the air and vacuum center, and again, it's just illustrative. When all said and done, this guy's going to come in and park wherever he wants to. Just something to consider. And while we're talking about loading spaces, there's also the loading space just below the snack shop on the warehouse property. I understand why it's there. There's a side entry to the building at that location. But again, it's just blocking some of the proposed user spaces, the standard parking spaces in that area. I think they both, kind of make sense on paper. It's just the logistics of it and becomes more of an operational thing, timing of deliveries and when those spaces are being used.
And if there are other places that you've already identified on the plan that make more sense and don't block parking, I don't see why we wouldn't ask them to use those.
Yeah, I think for the snack shop, maybe the air and vacuum area makes sense. it seems you could use that area and not impede any parking whatsoever, or the access from the drive-through, the exit lane there. The loading space for the warehouse, it's a little trickier, but maybe it's parallel to the property line, the proposed lot line, just opposite that. Or maybe that makes more sense.
Right.
If you were to just rotate that loading space 45 degrees and slide it up to the property line.
And out, like, site circulation or like fire truck circulation, would any of these impede on that in a meaningful way?
We still have some clarification that's needed on the fire apparatus circulation. So I don't know that we could really say with certainty right now.
Yeah, I mean, I have a comment coming leading to that. So
okay,
we'll be getting to that comment here.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I mean, one of the things to keep in mind is that there's a difference between requirement and demand. I think that their proposed use has a requirement of a certain amount of parking. The demand is probably not going to be as significant, considering the nature of the businesses, at least as they've described it, is more of a like pick up and drop off business, rather than sort of a lot of people coming to sit and look in the showroom. They've shrunk the size of the showroom to mostly just kind of warehouse space. So, it's possible that they've perhaps given more parking than is necessary. The one thing that they have done here is they kind of created like a pinch point. So they're sort of blocking parking here, but they're somewhat blocking this parking over there. So it's maybe worth, figuring out whether or not that parking has to be right here. I mean, it could block parking somewhere else, but is the reason why it's here because the entry to the building is right here? Is that the decision behind that, JB?
Yes, and I mean, we can turn the loading area 90 degrees and it'll be parallel to the parking spaces, and that maybe allow a better maneuvering area for the trucks to the back. And again, it will be only blocking one parking space, a worst case scenario. As per in the snack shop, I think moving the loading area to the air and vacuum center should not be an issue.
Yeah, JB, just keep in mind when you show those, take a look at the vehicle maneuvers through there as well for both emergency access,
Yeah.
for fuel deliveries in the front. You're going to want to make sure that all works and they can get through there.
Okay.
Assuming someone's parked there unloading, whatever it may be, you get a fuel delivery or emergency access. Just make sure that when you run those turning templates, that you take that into consideration.
Okay.
The loading dock on the south side of the warehouse building, JB, that's only 2 overhead doors, 2 bays, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Are you good on that? I can move on to the next question.
Yeah. Any other board members have any other comments or questions?
So it's still, I guess, kind of to be decided at this point.
Well, I think so. What JB just said is he's going to move both of those loading. One is going to be that he's going to change this loading area to be parallel so that it only costs 1 space here, correct? And then here he's going to move the loading space over to the air and vacuum center.
Right.
As long as it doesn't cause a problem with the movement. I'm not sure that it's going to cause more of a problem with the movement than it already does of a fire apparatus, to be honest. But so he'll have to reflect that on the plan if the board is amenable to those changes. I think JB just said he'll make those changes.
I think so.
Okay. All right. So the next is the applicant has updated the queuing for the drive-through. Maybe the applicant can kind of explain what they did to change the update. Further, remember they updated it. So if they explain what they changed, and the board can just decide whether they're comfortable with the queuing as designed here.
Basically, the most basic move that we did is that we moved the window down closer to the rear of the building, so that allow us at least for 2 more cars to be queuing. So we, when somebody's at the window, we will have about 6 or 7 cars queuing.
That's so the two
Oh.
unrated cars are the 2 cars that you add based on this plan.
Yes.
JB, can you just walk me through how an order would be placed here? I see, you've got some initial signage, and then there's a preview canopy, and then a border. Where does the actual order take place? Our initial concern was someone picking up an order and then cars behind them trying to place an order. That's why we recommended shifting the pickup window, but do the other stations shift as well to give more queuing?
Yes, we have.
So, when you pull in, if I'm at parking at space number 1 at Croton Avenue, if you could just walk us through those 7 stations there, what would be taking place?
Well, as you drive through, this is the of course the drive-through sign, the height board that you will see. This is the first preview board you have, and then you have the exterior board. So either this car, I'm sorry, will be the one that will be putting the order in. So then you have
Car number 3 or number 5 is placing the order?
Number 3. That's a preview board. It's
Okay.
not yeah.
So this, you're saying this car right here, that's not really 3, that's sort of
No. It'd be this.
No,
car.
the one before.
Yeah.
this one.
Yes.
So that's
Okay,
car
the
number 4.
exterior menu, way to pay sign,
Yes.
second.
Maybe if car number 1 is the one closest to Croton Avenue, right? If that's number 1, at what location are you ordering? At number 3?
No.
Five.
We'll have 4. If I'm ordering right now, I will have 4 cars behind me.
Okay, so you're ordering at position number 5 and picking up at number 7.
Yes.
Apologies for the terrible handwriting here. Try my best.
Good for mouse writing.
So, okay, so you're ordering at 5 and you're picking up at 7, or you're ordering at 3 and picking up at 5?
Picking up at 5, ordering at 5, picking up at 7. And I can give you a better layout for the next meeting. We can go through with exactly where the menu is, and I think also there is a time period that they aim for. So it was I believe like 30 seconds of less than a minute that they're looking for.
And the change from, if it's 5, 7 now, and I know 6 and 7 didn't exist before. I mean, what's the change?
The window used to be basically the window used to be closer to car number 2. So now we move the window all the way down to the corner of the building. So we move the window and we move also the menus where you order.
Everything's shifted into the site a little bit, Seth, to allow more queuing in the waiting lane there, so that you didn't have the potential or reduce the potential for that first car to be sticking out in the entry drive.
Right.
And blocking access to the gas pumps or the bypass lane for the snack shop.
Or stopping traffic on Route 9.
Right.
Yes.
I just want to go back, and I just need to get some help here from my colleagues, but the application is, for site plan, there's a gas station and convenience store. The rules around some of this are for the convenience store. I want to clarify, I'm not sure if you have a drive-through for essentially a gas station convenience store. You had discussed this in the past as being something like a Dunkin' Donuts.
Yes.
This is, if you change the type of store here, you're not going to be able to just transfer it. I'm just saying, so like a McDonald's and a Wendy's have long queues, and I've never actually been to a drive-through Dunkin' Donuts, so I'm not sure how long the queue is, but I don't know if you would need an updated referral letter because it's different use, right? Fast food restaurant might be considered a different use than.
Right. If I understand the drive-through, the way when we were discussing with different vendors is more like you said. I guess if you're doing like a McDonald's sandwich is something that will take a little bit longer, or if you're doing something fast as just coffee and donut. So
Exactly. I think that's my point, right? So I just want to make sure that
Yes.
like there's an understanding that that this is looking at it as under one type of use. This is not gonna, this doesn't sort of confer over to other uses, just to make sure that there's no concern there.
Yes, and escapes to me right now, but there is the queuing is one concern, and the other, there is a term for the time that it takes from when you take your order, when you pick it up at the window. That's another important item with this drive-through.
Are there any other drive-throughs in Ossining right off of Route 9 like this? I can't think of one. Or
I mean, McDonald's is down all the way in the Arcadian. It's not quite
the
like
access to, yeah, that's like off Revolutionary Road more than
Pretty far into the site, though.
Yeah.
I mean, so this is a GB district. This, I think, would be considered an accessory use to the, you know, an accessory to the main piece of the use here, a drive-through, and accessory drive-throughs are permitted in the GB district. But there are conditions that have to be met for drive-through facilities, and I'm really hoping, JB, that you're well aware of those. They're in, I will tell you, or maybe Joe will get to it before me. They're the additional standards for use groups, and it's 270-26. The accessory use group is subsection F, and subsection 3 is drive-through facilities. So you need to meet all those, because you've certainly got a drive-through facility here. We've talked about the fact that you need to meet all of the conditions for your, you know, your gas station, but the fact that you've got the drive-through facility, yes, need to meet all of that in that section of the code.
And I just wanted to add, I just pulled up the Dunkin' Donuts menu, and they do sandwiches and things, so it's more than just coffee.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it probably makes sense to have the applicant provide just a memo of compliance, showing compliance with the drive-through regulations.
Okay.
We hadn't asked for that up to this point, so. Okay, so the next item is the applicant should provide the traffic study to the planning board that it will be submitting to the DOT per the email that JB supplied us with his correspondence to the DOT. The planning board should also detail if there are any specific concerns regarding traffic or signalization on the site that you would like to see addressed in any traffic study that they're submitting to the state DOT. Again, it is a state road. They need to make a determination about what they're, you know, putting up here, and they need to get that approval from the DOT. But if they're submitting stuff to the DOT and we know about it, then they should submit it to us. If there are additional questions that you have, this is probably the time to ask them.
And presumably this whole drive-through question is part of the DOT review as well, right?
And per the email, they have not sent the updated plans, but yeah, it would include both of these.
The drive-through has always been part of this, and yes, they have. They do have a copy of the latest plan.
Okay, your email that you sent us, the one that we have.
Oh, that's right.
Says that they don't have it, but we don't have that new correspondence.
Okay.
It also states your email states that you wrote them that you would be preparing and submitting to them a traffic study. So you just need to provide that to us. Okay, so the next item is that the applicant has shown how 18-wheelers will access the gas station, but not the furniture store. So, you know, the planning board should inquire what types of vehicles will be used to make deliveries on the furniture store site. The applicant has also provided drawings showing how fire and refuse will access the site, but has not specified the vehicle size. So, you know, you're going to want to know what size those are so that we can confirm with the fire department.
I believe in the drawing it did said W62, but we will make sure.
No, you have sizes for the 18-wheeler, but you don't have sizes for the fire trucks or the.
I understand. Okay.
Yeah, and JB, just along with that, just if you could please show the curb and the lane widths on Route 9. So we
Okay.
have, you know, in the center line of Route 9, so we have an understanding of the limits of access you're gonna need out there in the street to make those turns.
Yeah, and let me just pull up those drawings real quick to show what I'm talking about. So the board has a chance to see real fast. So this is the 18 wheeler, and you can see here they talk about the WD 62, which we do know about, but it doesn't detail here. It doesn't obviously say what kind of trucks are you planning to deliver to the furniture store. It's probably a good opportunity to mention that here. And JB?
I don't think anything bigger than an 18 wheeler does that.
Okay, so you're gonna want to show the turning radius there for that. This is the drawings for the trash removal refuse.
Yeah.
But we don't know what sizes of truck. Presumably, I mean, they're the right size. They're just not listed on the plans. Here you have the trash removal for the other side of the property, and then you have the fire apparatus here. Where is it? Apologies. It's okay. There's so. Sorry, this thing's so this is the fire apparatus. This is trash removal. This is a fire apparatus for this building. So just have to kind of give us the details on the size of the apparatus so that we can work with the fire chief to make sure that's the right size. We have to submit this to them to make sure they know, but we don't have those final details. The next is, we'd like to get some comments on the SWIP. Sorry to put you on the spot here, Joe. I didn't mention this prior to the meeting, but if you could just kind of high level details on the SWIP comments and any commentary you'd like to get back on that.
Yeah, sure. Before you go to that, I had a couple of comments prior to that the board was looking for some input, but we could.
Okay, yeah. Do you want to
go back? We could jump back if you want.
It might make sense to go to the SWIP, bring the SWIP conversation to the very end.
Yes.
So if you want, let's do that. Let me get to the last three comments here, and then I'll hand it over to you, Joe, to have your follow-up questions. So the next is that we have a landscape plan. So we're going to want to go through the landscape plan and get some comments from the board real quick. So, JB, can you just remind me which pages of the updated landscape plan?
It's up. Yeah, I think you passed it. I think.
Okay.
You're already in the. I think that. Yep, there you go.
There it is.
Okay.
Jaime, I can't remember. I apologize. Did we talk about the arborist going to this site as well? There's some, I guess, some tree removal.
No, we haven't. We have not spoken about it. We have not spoken about whether or not the arborist should go here yet. So we did have a conversation at the last meeting about sort of highlighting if any trees are going to be brought down as a part of this application. I don't actually recall. I don't think that anything's been submitted. It's pretty built up right now, so I think that the board should probably consider a plan that brings more trees back.
Shown is, I'm sorry, the tree removal that's shown is along the south side of the property. To make the those driveway modifications and the parking for the warehouse.
That's right, over here.
Yes, we did have an arborist go there, and I think we did provided the report of all the different trees and the status that they are in right now. And I think we had received some comments from the environmental board that we were going to incorporate into our response as well.
I apologize if I missed it. Do we have those EAC comments yet?
The EAC comments, I don't think we do. There's been some shifting around in the EAC board, so I'm gonna have to follow up and figure out what's going on with all the comments there. But no, I don't believe we have those yet. One of the comments, if I'm recalling correctly, that did come up was a concern about some of the trees in the back of the property on the old Croton Aqueduct. So it doesn't look like there's any proposed plantings in the back. So you may want to consider, or the applicant may want to consider how they deal with that.
I believe I remember or recall the comments from the AAC board, which is, one was that we do have like 50 of the same evergreens, and I'm sure Nina is going to agree with them. So they did ask us to do a mix of trees, and they provide us with some numbers of names to mix. So in the way we prevent for any disease attacking 50 of the trees at the one time.
Yeah, that's correct. That is, I remember that. That was one of the comments.
And then the other was, I think we have a American holly, and they asked us to replace that with something, or maybe it was vice versa. We use an American holly to represent mount on one of the trees that we have. And then in the rear, even though we're not doing anything along the aqueduct, they did ask for the owner of the property if he will do some maintenance or some clearance of the brushes, that I guess are overgrown, and he seemed to go along with that.
Maybe, I don't know if it came up with the EAC, sorry, Nina, on the north end of the warehouse parking lot there, where you're actually reducing the pavement and pulling that parking back from the property line.
Yeah.
Was there any discussion about trying to reforest that a little bit? Show some plantings in that area?
Which, I mean,
the lower left corner of your plan
Right
there
here.
right now that's all existing parking to be removed.
Yeah, it's all basically
no,
gravel.
it was not. No, but we can add some trees there.
Yeah, I was just going to say some trees there actually would be really good, because when you walk on the old Croton Aqueduct, I realized this the other night, we were out there and the light coming not from this property, but from another gas station close by onto the buildings, the houses at the back and onto the trail. I was sort of surprised at just how much light there was spilling over. So that would help with that, I think.
Okay.
Any other thoughts or comments on this landscaping plan right now? I do think it would be helpful to see any EIC comments.
Yeah, I'll follow up and find out what
this. I know. I
there, but yeah, we didn't. Yeah, we have a couple of the projects here that I'm supposed to have comments from, and we don't have them. So
sure,
I'll follow up and figure out what's going on
there.
Okay.
Just one note, and I haven't looked at this, but I see bayberry on there, and depending on which one it is, that there is a bayberry that is also on the invasive species list. So just make sure it isn't that one.
Okay. And the mountain laurel is the one that they requested for us to replace.
Any other comments on the landscape plan right now? We can move on to the next item on your list, Jaime.
Yeah. All right, great. So the next is it's kind of a review and comment on the lighting plan. So we have that now. Which page is the lighting plan there, JB? Okay, so here's the lighting plan. I'm gonna skip over that and go to That's probably a little easier to follow. Okay, so here's the lighting plan.
So the backs of the building are kept dark. Are there any safety concerns? I mean, all the way in the back. I guess that was the loading. Is it the loading dock? No, that's loading dock right there.
This is the loading area, sort of loading dock, but a parking lot and loading dock. This part right here, I believe there's a couple of residential properties right here. So, you know, you may want to think about whether you want to ask that they provide better screening, vegetative screening on the side, or something just to prevent.
They could add back shields to those lights too. That'll help a lot. These are LEDs, so it's a focused light, but back shields on those couple of pole mounted lights on I think there's 3. There's 2 on the south side and 1 on the east side of the driveway access there that I think would benefit from some shields.
Right. I mean, reducing any glare directly from those fixtures, especially the ones mounted on the building that might be pointed towards those residences.
Yeah, I mean, there's a residential house back here as well. It doesn't. There's not as much spillage here, but they may want to, you know, add that as well here, just in case. Considering and this is a commercial property, so I don't think that there's much concern. This is 9, so. But you know, to protect the residential uses that are over here, I think it makes sense.
Agreed.
Okay. Are there any other questions regarding the lighting plan?
The only other thing that I asked Jaime, and it kind of goes to what Amanda was talking about before with conditions of use for the drive-through. I know we're looking at the warehouse portion right now, but the hours of operation for the lighting, you know, when they intend to
That's
have.
my next comment. So yeah.
Okay. You know, the various portions of the site may be lighted at different times, and be nice to have an idea or discuss, you know, what we're comfortable with, what the board's comfortable with.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and read it. So I actually cut and paste that comment, that whole comment. So I'm just gonna read it. This is from the Keller Sessions memo if you want to call back to it, but it's basically the applicant has indicated that the snack shop gas station is proposed to operate 24 hours per day, assuming 7 days a week. We note that section 270-26 F3G accessory use drive-through facilities, the village code requires that the hours of operation for lighting and outdoor public address systems for drive-through shall be limited to 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. unless otherwise negotiated by the planning board during site plan approval. The planning board should discuss whether the proposed hours of operations are acceptable. The site plan should include any notes or restrictions that may become part of this application. And so,
So the idea is that this business, this gas station convenience store is open 24 hours, but the drive-through, the drive-through close at 10 according to the code. That's not right. That's.
Well, so the drive-through can be open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., but the as it stands right now, the application doesn't even clearly state when it is. So you're just gonna need to have that clearly delineated on the plan and then make a determination about whether or not it's acceptable if it exceeds what the code allows. JB, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm having a coughing fit, so I have to keep muted. Also to take into account the location of the drive-through is, surrounded. It is not near. There's a house on Beach Road that is maybe the closest one. Otherwise, it is not near any residential. It's all commercial buildings in the street.
Okay, JB, maybe put it another way. So if it's a Dunkin' Donuts, it's probably not going to be open past 10. but it might be open before 8 o'clock. What are your
Right.
hours? What are your intended hours of
I will,
operation?
I will
If they're
provide
going to
that.
exceed those hours, then you just have to get the planning board approval here. You have to post them on the plan. So
Yes.
Are you able at this time to state what the proposed hours are?
I'm gonna consult with the client and we'll determine what the hours of operations are for the drive-through.
All right, so then that's the end of my summary of Kellard's comments. But there's the SWIP stuff, and then Joe, if you have any other items that I missed.
And just before you go there, JB, I just need to apologize. I misread your Bayberry. I was thinking Barberry. So you're good with the Bayberry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that we need to go through every point of the memo. That, I think there are some items that have been satisfied. There's obviously some technical issues that remain. There are a number of technical items with the SWIP to be addressed yet. This is a commercial development. It's going to be over an acre of disturbance. So they'll be required to get coverage under the state general permit as well as local permits from the village. So, with that comes the preparation of a SWIP in compliance with their standards. And our comments are really kind of related to that and what we'll need to for them to demonstrate compliance with the regulations. So things like water quality treatment is a component that we need some additional clarification on. Gas stations are considered a hotspot under the DEC regulations and requires a heightened level of treatment, certainly when you're proposing infiltration as the applicant is for stormwater mitigation. So they've proposed a hydrodynamic separator for the warehouse stormwater system, which is definitely a positive thing. We're recommending something that they consider something similar for the gas station property. So, we'll need to see sizing and design of that. There's some coordination between the plans and the SWIP, the hydrologic model that needs to be done by the applicant. There's some differing areas and land coverage and rims and inverts of various components in the model and on the plan that need to be coordinated. We do have a question regarding the infiltration system itself. It's a storm trap system. It's a pre-manufactured concrete box, I guess, if you will, proposing to be used for infiltration. But when looking at the details, it's the system as detailed requires a solid concrete foundation or slab underneath the units. So, the infiltration component of that, in my mind, goes away unless there's an alternate design and detail that they could provide or an alternate system. And we have, as I said, there's a number of technical comments here. I don't know that we need to get into the weeds on them, but as always, JB, you or Paul, it may be best if we had an offline conversation just to go through these. I don't know if Paul's had an opportunity to go through these yet. If he's got any questions, I haven't heard from him since this was issued, so I don't know. I know we had a staff level meeting, and he seemed to agree or acknowledge all these comments, but obviously, if there's any questions in going through the revisions, just let me know. We could certainly set up a time to go through them.
I think that's probably the best way to go, to have Paul reach out to you or to your office and go through the comments if there's anything that needs to be clarified.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just some coordination, to be honest. And as I said, the added water quality because it is the use that it is. But any questions, just let me know. We can go through it.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have anything else on this one, Joe? You good?
No, that was it. I may cover it all.
Okay. I think we've not opened, or I guess I don't even remember where we left off on this one, but I know we opened a public hearing on this just to see if there's anybody here from the public to speak to this before we move on to the next. Obviously, we're very deep in process here right now, but we have a motion to open the public. I think this is reopening. Amanda, this was open before, right? It's been a while since we've had this on the agenda.
I didn't check that detail, but you're in the secret process at this point, so you can open the public hearing.
Okay. All right, so let's, is there a motion from the board to open the public hearing?
Michael Aronson, motion to open a public hearing.
Eric Talbot, so moved.
Okay, I'll understand that as a second. Was there any objections? With no objections, the motion passes. So we're in a public hearing. Is there anybody here from the public to speak to this application tonight?
Yeah, we have two people here right now. First is Mark Fry. I'm going to allow him to talk.
Okay. And again, as always, just introduce your name and your place of residence before you speak.
Mark Fry, if you could unmute yourself. Going once, going twice. Okay.
Okay.
Lower his hand, and if he comes back, then I'll bring him back in. We have a Tariq Chowdhury. Tariq, if you could take yourself off mute.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Tariq Chowdhury. I'm a resident of Hartsdale. I have a BP gas station on 185 North Highland Avenue in Austining. And the reason I wanted to join this meeting is to see the basis of, we have about 4 gas stations within quarter mile of this street here, of the North Highland Avenue. And I don't understand how the town would allow the 5th one to come in and really jeopardize our business. And this would impact us highly, like very highly. And we recently built this gas station, not recently, but, a while ago, and we invested a lot of money into it. And then after doing all that, we built the business. And then now, if you allow it, like, this I have never seen in any town where you have literally 5 gas stations within such a short period, it's a short distance, I meant. And it's just that, it is very unfair to the rest of businesses, rest of the gas stations, to keep allowing more gas stations, which is not even needed. There's not enough traffic there for additional gas stations to come in. There's not enough business for us to have more gas stations there. And then people who are already there is to lose all the business that they have built over the years. So I really don't understand what are the bases that this would be allowed, for you to bring in another gas station where you already have 4 gas stations in this area.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Do you have any other comments? We appreciate your feedback, Mr. Chowdhury.
I mean, that's what I would start. We should be, if this is to proceed, we should be given an opportunity to prove it to you. And we all the other owners of the gas stations can come and explain it to you that how they will be impacted. We will have people lose the jobs. We will lose the business that we have built so far, and we're paying taxes. We have a property tax that we pay to the town right now, and as there's not enough business for 4 gas stations there. So if a mega station is built over here, you're literally putting us out of business, and you're bringing the other person in and just taking us out. That's simply is what's going to happen.
Thank you. We appreciate your feedback, and as we engage in this process. So,
all right. Next, we have Wasek Safia.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You're here. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi. My name's Wasek Safia, and I am the owner of the station on 171 Highland Avenue, right next to that mega station you propose to build. I've been resident of Austining for 40 years. I have my children grow in Austining. They went to Austining High School. They participate all the sport, and they went to college, and they graduate from college. And when my son three of my sons live in Austin now. They paying taxes and they make a living in that town. They love the town, and that's why they came back. And when my son came back and he decided to establish his business in that station, and he invest all his life saving and all our life saving to that station to make a living. He had a mortgage, he had a family. Building another station right next to us, it just put him out of business, his family out of business, and not be able to pay the mortgage and make a living. And I don't understand, I oppose that mega station built in that road. Same thing like previous caller, 5 gas station within quarter mile. I never saw any place in New York State, Westchester, or any place. I'm in gas business for 40 years. I never saw something like that in my life. So Austin does not need the 5th gas station that road, need other requirement, need other businesses to develop that area. We don't need that gas station. You are putting 5 gas station, people have make a living on it and they have a family to support. You are putting everything out of business. So I'm really opposing that project. I hope that the board will vote against it and bring another business. That's what Austin needs. And you are chasing us out of this town and bringing somebody else out of the other town to put a mega station. There's no need for it at all. We hardly making business now with that COVID-19, with the business slowdown, and we hardly make a living paying the mortgage and paying the rent and paying the employee. By adding other gas station, it just put us out of business. And one more comment, I know from my past experience that any gas station, once you pull the tanks and the pumps and the canopy for 3-4 years, you lose your license to rebuild the gas station there. So I don't know how we could be able to come back and build another station on the same location, which has probably lost the license. And another question, did the applicant have approval from DEP to build that station? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sophia. All right, I see a couple other hands. Jaime, you, Frank Budding?
Yeah. So we have a Frank Budding. Everybody knows Frank. Frank, go ahead.
There you go. I needed to connect. So now you should be able to hear me. Frank Budding, 88 Broadway, Austining. I've got 2 remarks. Indeed, I join my remark with other business holders. How many gas stations do we need on that stretch in general terms? Is that not a little bit of overkill? But in case you're going ahead with this plan, is there sufficient attention paid to the light pollution that the 1 acre project, because it's not only the gas station, but the warehouse adjacent to it as well. Do you take glare standards for gas stations into account to assess that? And I sent Jaime 2 emails with some information on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Budding. Okay. Do we have any other hands up or comments? I don't see any. Okay.
No.
Okay.
So let me make a correction to that. We did get some letters today, some emails. So I'm gonna remove Frank real quick. Bring him in on the other side. I don't think I'm gonna read all of these because one is from Tariq, who came and spoke today. So you'll get that letter, but I mean, he did speak today. One of them is from the gentleman who just spoke, Mr. Sophia. And then the other one I have here is from Frank Manicchio. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. Apologies. His writing was, dear board members, I'm writing to you today about my deep opposition to a proposed mega gas station at 173, 175 North Highland Avenue to be constructed on an already dense road with 4 existing gas stations within 0.3 miles of each other. It's hard for me to digest that this is even being considered due to the dangers it presents to our town and its residents, in addition to neighboring gas stations. North Highland Avenue does not have high enough volume to support any more gas stations. Think about the number of gallons of fuel that is already sitting underground within this quarter mile. It's about 120,000 gallons. With another gas station, it will increase the village's exposure to environmental issues. The increase of daily hauling of gasoline tankers driving through will greatly increase, which is also a hazard. Accident waiting to happen. My name is Frank Minichio, lifelong Ossining resident and gas station owner, which has been in the family since 1969. I grew up in Ossining and worked at the gas station since I was a kid. With my experiences in the gas industry, I can assure you, fuel companies do not have our village's best interest in mind. I agree that something useful for our village should be developed on the property, but not a gas station. Ossining has enough gas to supply our own town. Let's build something we are lacking. Let's not let North Highland Avenue be known as Gasoline Alley, as it's already being referred to as by the big oil companies around here. Take into consideration that the neighboring existing gas stations are already facing challenges of a phasing out market with the world moving towards electric vehicles. I ask that you, the board, please do not allow this gas station to be built. Thank you, Frank Minichio Brothers.
Great.
And that's it.
Okay. So I think we've kind of outlined our feedback. I think for the moment, unless there's any objection, we can adjourn the public hearing. So if we can have a motion to do that.
So moved.
And a second.
Bobby Bowger, a second.
Any objections? No objections. The public hearing is adjourned. And we can, I think, move on. So JB, we're going to move on to the next item on our agenda at this point, which is 136, 138, 140 Croton Avenue. So if you want to give us the introduction, then bring in the applicant.
Yes, okay. So it's PB 15, 2021, BAR 16, 2021, 136 and 138 to 140 Croton Avenue. The planning board, I think the goal for today is that the planning board should begin the process to begin the part 2 evaluation to determine whether the applicant has provided sufficient information to analyze each question. So I think that it makes sense to let the applicant come in and sort of present what they have today, and then we can kind of quickly go through the part 2, not like we did with 14 Water Street, where we're going through the answers, but essentially go through the questions and have a quick determination about whether we want more information from the applicant or whether we kind of have enough information right now to make a determination. So with that, I'm going to bring in the applicant's team, which is rather large. So we have Franz Lockey from SESI. We have Jacqueline Tyler. We have John Canning. We have John Fry. We have Joe Apicella. We have Michael Zarin. And I think that's the whole group. Joe, Michael, is this the whole group? Do I have everybody here?
Yes, you have everyone. Jaime.
Yep. So greetings all. Michael Zarin and Steinmetz. We will try to make this relatively brief in light of the hour and your perseverance. I think Jaime, correctly sort of framed what we'd like to do tonight. We think we've provided you with, pretty much most of the analysis that you're going to need: traffic, parking, architectural, view sheds, engineering. We'll try to get the construction management plan to you within the next week or so, and any other further information on the engineering side. But we think we've provided most of the quote unquote part 2, or what you would need for a its determination of significance, albeit there'll be further tweaking, I'm sure, in technical conversations with Joe's office like you've just been having. I think we've demonstrated based on this info that not only this important project that's providing a really, really critical need of housing for a really vulnerable group, seniors, affordable seniors over 62, but the project would not create any potential significant adverse impacts. We've had, you know, a number of letters that you've probably received that we've gone through. I mean, when you really distill it, I think there's really only 4, maybe 5 individuals, you know, out of a pretty large populace. I think they fall into 3 groups. One is the sort of visual screening, and it's not in harmony with the character of the single family neighborhood. And respectfully, I mean, we're going to present to you some added screening and buffering and analysis to demonstrate that the impact is not significant, and we can even reduce it more. But I think it bears repeating, and I think this is important, that what we're proposing is a permitted use, the multifamily housing and the general massing and size in this zone, in the comp plan, you know, in the new form-based zoning. I know we are, you know, looking for a little bit of more height and parking we'll get to in a second, but for the most part, this is a permitted use. All along Croton Avenue, you have this higher density lining with single family houses in the back on the residential streets. That's, you know, so when you talk about it's not in character with the single family, I mean, it's really in character with the zoning, and it's in character with the other uses all up and down Croton Avenue. You also, when you look at the prior use and the prior conditions of this as a nursery, as a commercial operation, high density, a lot more trucks, and in fact, contaminated. We would respectfully submit that this will be a substantially improved use on this site and will, you know, enhance the neighborhood, not only as the people that will be providing essential housing for, but also those people contribution to the neighborhood. And again, you know, you start to talk about, well, look, we respect the screening issues and the view sheds in the back, and you'll see we're addressing that. But I keep coming back to, I recently chaired at the land use conference at Pace Law School, the final session, and had most of the many experts from around the country. And the thing they kept stressing was this whole dialogue going on in the country now about how do we provide more affordable housing in the suburbs, and what's preventing it. And many municipalities, interestingly, are getting rid of the term community character in their analysis, because that's been a sort of buzzword for excluding affordable housing in many of suburban municipalities. And I just found that whole concept and the whole, you know, that tension of how do we bring critical affordable housing for needs to the suburban communities. And again, you know, some of it comes down to, I think, in a microcosm, some of the tensions we're feeling or some of the issues we're dealing with here. Parking and traffic, I'll defer to John Canning from Kimberly Horn. I think we've demonstrated that using the acceptable metrics, we have enough parking. We've done the empirical analysis. I mean, you know, you talk about anecdotal people going, hey, you know, there's not a lot of parking in the village, or, you know, the Croton Avenue has its traffic problems, but we've done a significant amount of analysis, empirical, hard, objective data, and you know, we submit that to you, which shows there is enough parking, and you know, we've demonstrated that. finally, the third issue I think that was raised was the issue of the habitable space requirements. And just Jacqueline will mention to you that we've now brought all the habitable space requirements into compliance. So that's no longer an issue and no longer needs a variance. We've had, 2 ZBA meetings with the ZBA where, we many of the people you've received letters from, they received letters from, so we've already heard their concerns and have made changes to the project that you'll either hear tonight or we've already made and we made previously. We've met with some of the people that you've heard from previously. So we do ask you, before we get into the technical, I included in a cover letter, to please respectfully consider maybe at your next meeting starting to get into the looking at your secret determination. It's critical for us for the funding cycles for these types of projects. And Jaime can explain that, or Joe IPPsolar can explain that, as well as we do have some real contract. We're not looking for a final approval, in the next meeting or two, although that would be nice. But frankly, we are looking for a secret determination that at least lets us know we have a viable project. We can then go back to the ZBA and finish with them. We can also show the funding sources they require it, the state funding cycles, that you do have a determination such as this to demonstrate it's viable if you're going to be able to get the funding. So with that said, appreciate your efforts. I think you should feel good. This is a very professional board. It's nice to watch the way you operate, being in front of many boards. So just kudos on that. And I'll turn it over to either Jacqueline and Joe, and we'll try to present some of the technical backup, some of the things that I had mentioned.
Yes, Jacqueline will come next. And given the hour, again, being respectful of this board's time, I know how hard it is, what you do and how important it is. The only other item I would add to Michael's prelude here was that in response to the zoning board, and we're trying to balance and integrate all of the information we're getting from residents, both commercial and residential, the professional staff, Kellard Sessions, and the like. We're looking at all these things and we're trying to fine tune the project. And I believe we've gone, when you see this new iteration, as far as we can go in terms of addressing some of those critical issues. We've reduced the density in response to the need for compliance with the habitable and livable space conformance under your form-based zone. So we went from 78 units, now we are down to 74. That, as an owner, I can tell you is our bare minimum at this point. We did that in response to the comments. And we wanted to remove that issue of the unit sizes from the zoning board's issues. And as a result, we've downsized the project, which has increased as a result, which has increased the available parking. So my other consultants will get into that. I'll defer for a very brief presentation and update to Jacqueline over at Nexus Creative, and of course, John Fry. Jacqueline?
Thank you, Joe. I'm going to go ahead and share screen again. My name is Jacqueline Tyler. I'm with Nexus Creative, and I'm joined by John Fry from Nexus Creative as well. So I just want to reiterate a couple points that Michael made. We are responding to the need in the community. So not only in Westchester, but the need in Ossining. And so there's been information released recently that 40% of seniors live alone and 28% of those are living with a disability. Nearly 80% of low-income senior renters live alone, and 34% of the state senior households pay more than 30% of their income toward rent. Thus, there is a need for this community, and we are answering that need. I also want to reiterate that McQuestion is a local-based They've been around since 1960. They're part of the community. They don't leave the communities that they build in. And so I just want to reiterate that part as well. This next page, I just want to demonstrate what we're looking at in regards to, this is one of the recent projects from requesting, and these are the finishes and the spatial context that we want to bring into the community. We think it's important for the community to view these, for the public to understand what it is that we're proposing, and that we are looking to make the facility, although it's a affordable housing, it has a high standard when it comes to the living quarters. Walking through the existing, so just want to reiterate, these are the existing, or well, were the existing conditions prior to the demoing of what was taking place on the site. There were numerous, as has been talked about, numerous trucks and deliveries in and out. All along, we had a curb cut that was located very close to the intersection, which we are eliminating and creating a safer intersection here by eliminating that curb cut at that entrance. And so you'll see that all along here. We're working on really studying, John Canning has done a great job. He'll speak about this a little bit further, but creating safe intersections at Watson and at Prospect. I'm just going to run through some more of these pictures. So just a contextual to understand, again, I know it's been reiterated that this is a residential neighborhood. I want to reiterate that it's not necessarily a residential neighborhood. We do have residential zones located behind us, but we are located on Croton Avenue. Our entrances are along Croton Avenue for our project. Zoom out here. In response to the zoning board public hearing comments, we did address, there have been concern from those located to the south side of us, and we are looking at additional screening and buffering. So this was not included in our last presentation. So those who are listening in the public, just want to reiterate that we've enhanced this buffering. I believe, Nina, it was you who spoke on the size of an arborvitae on a previous project and how those can potentially grow into, 50 feet high. So what you'll see, that is what we're introducing along the back end of here. What we're demonstrating on this is a 5-year installation depiction. So this is what you will see at approximately a 5-year. They do grow at different rates. So not every tree will be even, but in 5, depending on the height, approximately 8 years installation, you can see this dashed line would indicate the height of those arborvitae trees at the time of the 8-year mark. So as you pointed out, those do grow pretty rapidly. Franz might be able to speak about this a little bit more when he speaks on this, but we are providing that additional screening and buffering along with a 6-foot high fence located at the bottom portion.
Can you real quick, obviously the diameter of the base of the arborvitae is going to change over time. Can you just clarify that at the 8-year mark, it's not going to encroach on the neighboring property?
Yeah, I will let Franz speak on the landscaping shortly. I'm going to continue through on the architectural and then we'll circle back to Franz if that's okay. Does that work, Jaime? Okay. I know on the last meeting with you all, I believe, Seth, you asked us to look at, I will zoom in on here. You asked us to look at the massing along Croton Avenue. We have addressed that. I'm going to pull this up here. Yep. So we have addressed this corner. We've continued to pull this corner back as well as this back corner. You asked us to explore that. So we have continued to pull that back in order to have a 3-story appearance along the Croton Avenue side. So we've continued to work on that. That too, just as I know Joe mentioned this with the units, that was another area that we did shave off a different additional square footage, resulting in additional unit loss at one time. This was 2 reiterations back with the zoning board after we came and saw everyone here. I also believe that there was, this is just demonstration of the units. As Joe mentioned, they are all in compliance. What you haven't seen that the zoning board has seen and are the pink and red dashed lines are notions that are requirements for both Westchester and state, and we far surpass all of those, especially now that we've made all the habitable areas compliant. This is also, so this is a streetscape, which I believe you all asked for as well last time. So we have the Watson Avenue and we have the Prospect. So this is demonstrating our building as it relates to the context of the neighborhood as well. With that, I'm going to turn it over, Franz, if you can speak briefly on the landscaping, I will pull up yours and then we'll turn it over to John Canning to speak on the parking.
Okay, just to speak a bit on the landscaping. So we have enhanced, as Jacqueline had said, the screening in the rear of the property. Before, we had a mixture of deciduous trees and different evergreens as we were going up, which provided a different and some different colorations in here. However, in respect for the neighbors, their concerns with views, not only of the building themselves, but of the residents looking out. We introduced the arborvitae, the green giants, which grow about 3 to 5 feet a year, depending on the conditions. And we are proposing to install them at about 14, 16 feet tall, which is the biggest that you can really get them installed from a nursery. And they grow up to 50 feet tall, around 12 feet in diameter at the base, a little bit larger. We have them spaced such that they are behind a 6 foot. The fence will help to keep the trees from encroaching into the neighboring. Between that and the maintenance that I'm sure McQuestion will continue to do to keep up with the trees and make them look nice so that they grow properly, they grow healthily, and they're always providing a nice visual for everyone around. In addition to the screening, we have a large variety of different evergreen ground cover around the perimeter of the building, some flowering dogwoods in the front, and a few mulch beds around the entire perimeter to break up the building itself and provide some kind of greenery and color to the site.
So with that, I'll let John Canning speak on the parking and I'll bring us back to the parking page.
But rather than going into the specific details of the study, I'd like to directly address the primary concerns that we have heard expressed by residents.
You know, John, it's a little hard to hear you. It's
hard to hear you. Can you turn the volume or something?
Is that better?
It is.
That is better? Okay, my apologies.
That's okay.
So we prepared a traffic and parking study for the project, but rather than going into the details, we'd like to address directly the primary concerns that we've heard from the neighbors about traffic and parking. Namely, that the development will cause a traffic and parking nightmare, that it will add 3 driveways to a small site, that pedestrian safety will be jeopardized, that the parking variance will lead to more parking on the residential streets, that the intersection of Watson Avenue with Croton Avenue will be made unsafe, and that loading and unloading activities will be safe. I'm happy to be able to tell you that this is not the case. Firstly, from a traffic perspective, it's important to remember that the property was formerly developed with a thriving nursery that generated tens of cars per hour on the weekdays and scores on a busy weekend, and also generated a lot of truck traffic bringing materials to and from the site. The proposed development is primarily a senior affordable apartment building. The small amount of retail provided is required by code and neighborhood oriented. Combined, the residential and retail uses will generate only 10 more trips per hour than the former nursery on a weekday during the peak hours. And on Saturdays, it will actually generate 30 fewer trips per hour during the busy weekend hours. So that's one trip every 6 minutes extra from this development as compared to the nursery weekday peak hours. And it's one trip every 2 minutes less on the weekends. The traffic study we provided clearly indicated that the addition of this minimal number of vehicles to the surrounding roadways will have an imperceptible impact, and that the intersections of Prospect Avenue and Watson Avenue with Croton Avenue, as well as the site driveways, will have an abundance of capacity to accommodate current and future traffic. Even in the peak hours, vehicles will have to wait less than 15 seconds to get out onto Croton Avenue on average. From a parking perspective, the only reason the project requires a parking variance is that the village code does not recognize that senior affordable residential units generate a lot less parking than regular residential units with families in them. Indeed, if this were a senior living facility with 90 employees, 40 in the largest shift, this project would still require less parking than is proposed. The project actually has considerably more parking than it needs. Our traffic study provided data both locally and nationally from multiple sources that indicate that the project will generate no more than 60 parked vehicles, and that number is actually more likely to be 53 or 54. The 79 parking spaces proposed are actually 20 to 25 more than needed, so there's absolutely no reason for residents or their guests to park on any of the adjoining streets. As previously indicated, the retail component of the project, which is code required, is very small, just 3,500 square feet, and will be community and neighborhood oriented. Many of the customers that visit it will not drive at all. We expect those that do drive to park on Croton Avenue or across the street on Sherwood Avenue, and have conducted detailed studies which are provided in our report that demonstrate that there are a sufficient number of available parking spaces, even during the busiest hours of a commercial activity on Saturday afternoons, to accommodate the retail parking. We've heard concern expressed about traffic and pedestrian safety, which is obviously a very important issue. We looked at the accident history in the vicinity of the project. In the 3 years from 2017 to 2019 inclusive, there were only 3 accidents reported at or near Prospect Avenue, where it intersects Croton Avenue. Only 1 accident reported at or near the intersection of Sherwood Avenue with Croton Avenue. And again, only 3 accidents reported at or near the intersection of Watson Avenue with Croton Avenue. None of the accidents involved pedestrians. This information clearly indicates that the roadway is currently operating safely. There have been concerns expressed that the project will introduce 3 new driveways at the property, and that the driveways will not comply with village code regarding the distance from adjacent streets, particularly on Watson Avenue. We would note there are currently 4 driveways serving the property, and the project will reduce that number to 3. Also, 2 of the existing driveways do not comply with the village code for distance from adjacent streets. In fact, the driveway on Watson Avenue has no separation from Croton Avenue. All 3 of the project's new driveways will comply with the village code requirements, and it will be a reduction of 1 driveway. Another concern expressed was regarding pedestrian safety, in particular at the intersection of Watson Avenue and Croton Avenue. We would note that the existing sidewalk along Croton Avenue in front of the site is less than 4 feet wide, and it's right against the travel lane with no shoulder or parking to buffer pedestrians from passing traffic. There's no sidewalk whatsoever on Watson Avenue. Finally, the curb returns at either end of the property are not ADA compliant. The project will widen the sidewalk in front of the property on Croton Avenue to 8 feet and provide an additional 2.5 foot strip buffer to pedestrians from passing traffic on Croton Avenue. A 6 foot wide sidewalk will also be provided on Watson Avenue in front of the property. And the applicant is committed to installing ADA compliant curb ramps at the intersection of Watson Avenue and Croton Avenue, as well as at the other end of the site on Croton Avenue. This infrastructure represents a dramatic improvement in pedestrian facilities, which will actually improve pedestrian safety, not make it worse. There has been some concern expressed regarding delivery vehicle loading. It's proposed to accommodate deliveries in a designated area set off from the travel lane on Croton Avenue in a manner similar to how deliveries occur on many of the commercial streets in the village. It is noted that the number and size of delivery vehicles is expected to be dramatically reduced as compared to the level of delivery activity and the size of vehicles that visit the site when it operated as a nursery. There have also been concerns expressed regarding driveway and intersection site distance. If you look at the plans, you'll note that the building will, at all locations, be set back at least 17 feet from the edge of the adjoining roadways, and therefore will not obstruct sightlines. So today, and I'm sure there will be more comments, these are the primary issues that we've heard, and we've looked at them all diligently and provided answers in our traffic study. As indicated, the project will not generate much more traffic than the former nursery. The sidewalk and driveways will be improved, and there will be more than adequate parking to accommodate the project. Thank you.
John, so one of the comments from DOT was that they wanted some additional studies done and submitted to them. Have you completed those studies and submitted them?
We have completed the study that we submitted to you, and it's on its way to DOT. I'll have to look at what you can pass me on what they sent to you. I'll just make sure that we have everything they wanted.
So the response, we got a response from DOT on 12/20. That memo said that the the site plan and full environmental assessment form had been received along with requests from us and the planning lead agency. A drainage report and a traffic impact study should be prepared and submitted to MassDOT for review and comments. Crash analysis portion of the TIS should include accidents within 0.1 miles east and west of the proposed site. All sidewalks and ramps should comply with ADA requirements. Also, all underground utilities shall not be less than 5 feet below the pavement surface. It suggests that the applicant addressed all the above mentioned concerns and resubmit the proposal for our review and comments. So if you could, I mean, it's posted to the agenda. I know I forwarded it to Joe.
Sure.
So just make sure that you're compliant with that. And then once you have that review and response, please submit it back to the planning board.
Yeah, in your reading it, I recognize that this traffic study is compliant with that, and I'll make sure that they get it and review it. Thank you, Jaime.
Jaime, when we started this conversation, you talked about kind of just scaffolding this conversation. I mean, it's the way the presentation went, but just in terms of the secret review items, and that might be a helpful way to kind of, check down, see where we are, almost like a status update.
Sure. So there are a couple of there were several items here that were submitted. There's some additional items. I don't know if the applicant intended on, showing the shadow study.
I was just going to ask, I can play those quickly if you would like us to.
Yeah, sure. This shadow studies for just for impact on the shading on the adjacent properties.
Yeah, I believe both the planning board and the zoning board, we did demonstrate them at the zoning board. Let me pull up.
Yeah, I don't think we saw these. At least not here.
So we do have, we performed them in the spring. And these were submitted with the materials as well, so they are posted on the spring, sorry. Summer solstice. And let me flip that to winter. So as you can see, even in the winter, there is no impact on the neighbors in regards to solar impact.
Right from the get-go in this project, we started out by
Sorry.
meeting with the neighbors.
So those are also posted in the link on the agenda if anybody'd like to view those further.
All right, thanks, Jacqueline.
Jacqueline, while you're on, can I just clarify with the habitable square footage variances? You had mentioned, I think, that some of the floor plans that you had marked up had already been shown to the ZBA, but I think that the variances for habitable square footage were still being requested at the last zoning board meeting.
Correct.
Okay, so they haven't.
Yes, no, they haven't been presented to the ZBA. We've adjusted them based on the comments received at ZBA. So you all are
Right.
the first to see them. They will be going back into the ZBA at the next meeting. Although,
Yeah.
as we're all aware, they're unable to act until the secret. So.
Yeah, and
Right.
I just want to note here, I think it's important to note for the public so that they understand the process. Some of the materials that are being spoken about today and some of the changes that they propose have not yet had a final review by staff internally. So there's no comment memos on them because we just haven't seen them. So those are coming, but I don't want people to get the wrong interpretation that they're presenting something today that necessarily we've all looked at and reviewed. We haven't, and so that's why we're still going through this process.
So really quick, Jacqueline, just to confirm, what you're saying is that the habitable square footage variances for the type C studio, type A, B, and I 1 bedrooms, those have all been eliminated, and
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly. Yep. So all
Great.
habitable area variances that were previously requested will be removed from the ZBA request.
Okay, well, that's good to know for this board as well, I think, you
Yes.
know. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
So, I mean, Jaime, do you have a good sense? I mean, maybe if we can go through, like I said before, check through those, just kind of the larger questions, you know, any, as a board, if we have any kind of comments or thoughts, if we want to see anything else, kind of as we embark on the secret portion of this review.
Correct. So I think, so we need 2 things here. We're going to go through the list here real quickly. I would request that the applicant provide, I'd mentioned this in a conversation before, but I don't think I said it in an email. If they could provide a sort of itemized letter response to the part 2, sort of detailing how they, you know, have worked to address that. We had that in a conversation, I think a couple of weeks ago, but I didn't send it in an email. So say it here on the record so they can get it. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so we can quickly go through the part 2 questions here. So the first one is an impact on land question. So whether the proposed action may involve construction on or physical alteration of land surface, obviously it will. So they're gonna wanna get to some of these details here.
Yep.
And so this is, you know, the proposed action is gonna get to the construction. We have asked the applicant, even though it's not only dealt with here, but we have asked the applicant to provide us with a construction management plan. I'm not sure if we've received that yet. I don't think so.
Sorry, Jaime. I think Jacqueline said it earlier, Michael did. We're just about complete. You should have it probably by Monday.
Okay. So that's going to get to some of the details here. I think once we have that, then we'll know better, at least from staff side, what more we want to ask there. So on the impact on geological features, I believe they submitted their phase 1 and phase 2 environmental. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Are there any other questions specific to that the board thinks they need more information on?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So
Well,
impacts on.
has the board had a chance to look at those yet? That's a good question.
Yeah, so the implication here is that you have not necessarily gone through all these items. It's more of a like, what do we want to ask for today? So it's not an assumption as to whether or not the board has had the time to fully digest all of the materials. Rather, if there's any outstanding requests for information.
We're not saying you're checking any boxes. No,
I'm not checking any boxes. Just trying to.
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm only asking because we know this site needs remediation. So there could be further questions that might come up after you look at the phase 1 and phase 2.
Well, I will proactively share with you, Amanda, that the New York State Brownfield Program has reviewed this site, and there was a public comment period, which was noticed at the public, I believe it was the public library, and that period has since expired, and we're expecting a formal cleanup program by the state shortly. So
Okay,
not
great.
only we've done the phase 1 and phase 2 investigations, we're going to have the actual brownfield agreement shortly. But there's no question that it raises to the level of a brownfield.
But I think that phase 2, man, will provide sufficient documentation, you know, in connection with secret. It does provide it.
Okay. So in regards to impacts on surface water, the proposed action may affect one or more wetlands or other surface water bodies. You know, we have looked at it. It's not in a wetlands zone. It's not in a wetlands buffer zone. We know that there's some stuff down the road, but I think that the closest is about 400, 450 feet away from sort of near to the Sherman Avenue, Croton Avenue intersection. There's something over there that is not mapped, but we're aware is sort of a ditch, but it is well outside of the buffer area and outside of the wetlands check zone. So I'm not sure if the board would like to get any more information on this item. So,
I mean, I think the only real item specific to this number 3 would be under H with regard to erosion and sediment control, but that would be part of the SWIP that they've already prepared.
Correct.
That's helpful, Jeff.
All right. So going on to the next one, impact on groundwater. The proposed action may result in new or additional use of groundwater, or may have the potential to introduce contaminants to the groundwater or an aquifer. It's part of the brownfield cleanup program. So some of the detail on that brownfield application and their proposed remediation actions can probably speak to that. So if we can get, you know, all the materials related to that, that'd be.
And when we get Jaime, will we have access to the brownfield remediation plan when it's available?
It's a public document, so
okay.
Yes.
Got it.
I just, if I could, I wanted to interject that we have done 7 brownfields here in Westchester County and in New York City. Being part of the brownfield program has many benefits for the community, one of which is the site is indemnified in perpetuity against any and all claims. The state actually indemnifies the site. So there's some real advantages going forward in terms of potential contaminants.
And just so like the public's aware too, that's on, like what makes a remediation, a brownfield remediation, like what parameters does it have to hit? Are there certain like contamination levels that the site has to hit before it's considered brownfield?
Michael, you want to take it? I can take it. It doesn't matter. There's a certain, the engineers and scientists with New York State review the data. We've done fairly invasive drilling, both to test groundwater. We test, in this case, there is, you'll see in the phase 2 reports, there's extensive petroleum because there's tanks, underground storage tanks. So there's contamination of the groundwater and mineral and the like. Michael, you want to add to that in terms of what the standard is?
Yeah, it's the standard that it requires, from a public policy point of view, a cleanup, and then probably one of the critical standards is that the brownfield participant was not a contributor to that condition, that they were a quote unquote innocent party and weren't one of the principal responsible parties. So that's the whole, Bobby, that's the whole purpose of the brownfields, is to incentivize people to purchase contaminated sites, because they're not, you know, they'll get a cleanup, they'll be indemnified, and they won't be held liable for it, and they'll get credits for it, tax credits. So that's the whole, you know, they're trying to incentivize people that didn't have play any role in contaminating the site to come purchase it and clean it.
Makes sense. Thanks for the explanation. Makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Yeah, and you'll see the brownfield application, and as Joe mentioned, all the phase 2 testing is the predicate that, as far as the conditions. Now, we may not get our final plan well, we probably will by the time you finish SEQA, but if you don't, at least you'll see what we've proposed, and that's enough for SEQA purposes. You'll because that's enough for the public to understand what's proposed out at the site and what the conditions are. That came out of a case in New York City School Authority case when they were trying to determine how much information do you have to have in secra with respect to hazardous waste conditions. They want to see a proposed plan.
So it sounds like remediating this plot of land is a big net benefit for the neighboring community then, and the groundwater that's existing there, yeah.
When you talk about, you know, a couple of people have talked about, look, how's this going to affect the value of my property? Well, you clean up a neighboring hazardous brownfield site, hazardous waste site, it's going to probably increase the value of the neighborhood. You know, I mean, that I don't think that's a large leap.
Should we move forward to number 5?
Yeah. So impact on flooding, that proposed action may result in development on land subject to flooding. The land itself is not at risk of flooding. However, you know, they do have to prepare a SWIP. They've prepared a SWIP for review. And so the surface runoff needs to be considered. It was largely developed before. I think it's kind of, I'm not sure if when they did the demo, did they remove the asphalt paving and everything else, or Jacqueline?
I'm not clear. I'll be honest, I'm not clear on that. I think Franz, you were able to get in there recently, right?
Franz would
There-
know.
Everything is still there, just the buildings are gone. All the foundations, all the asphalt, all the DGA compacted earth is all still there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, regardless, I think it's important to try to, you know, do as much to keep as much of the water on site and make sure that, you know, there's some retention on site. So we're definitely going to want to make sure that issue is
That I mean, I think that'll be critical in the CMP, and you know, obviously.
Okay. Are there any other questions about that for the board? Any other materials they'd like to see submitted? Okay. Impacts on air. So the proposed action may include a state regulated air emission source. You know, the answer to that is no. I would note that there has been concerns raised by the, you know, neighbors about during the construction, potential for construction dust. So integrating that into the CMP, making sure that that issue is dealt with would be helpful. Impacts on plants and animals. So the proposed action may result in a loss of flora fauna. The applicant just, you know, obviously has prepared a new landscaping plan, so we want to see that. There's not a whole lot of landscape on this site right now. And I imagine there's not much living there either, but, you know, go back to the EA. They have submitted the EAF that talks about any, you know, potential impacts there. Up here.
We lose a page in this, or?
Yeah, I'm trying to see. Seems like we might have, yeah. No. Natural resources. So the, you know, the wildlife is here. So it's just squirrel, songbirds. Does the project site contain any species of plant or animal that's listed by the federal government or New York State as endangered or threatened? They said no. And any species for plant or animal that's rare? They said no. So, you know, according to their application, no. I mean, I'm not aware of any issues on this site. obviously pre-developed, previously developed site, so nobody's brought up anything. It wasn't an area of discussion during the discussions with the EAC either, so. But expect to hear a letter back from them as well.
From the EAC.
So this site actually, I mean, it's important to note this site doesn't have to go to the EAC. It's one of those sites that is not over there, but administratively, we asked that it be sent to the EAC so they could review the application. So we do expect that they're going to give some comments. Okay. Next item. Are there any other questions about the plants or animals? Is there any further detail that anybody'd like to see there? Okay.
Jaime, on the EAC letter, do we expect to have that back in order to address any items before the next meeting? Do you know?
I'll have to check with the EAC.
Okay.
I don't want to answer that question right now, so I'll get back to you and let you know. So impact on agricultural resource, proposed action may impact agricultural resources. It's not an agricultural site, so I don't know. I mean, unless the board is looking for some specific information there, I don't know that there's anything they really need to provide there. Impact on aesthetic resources. So the land use of the proposed action are obviously different from or in sharp contrast to current land use patterns between the proposed project and a scenic or aesthetic resource. I don't believe that this, I mean, it's, the Hudson River is obviously the closest scenic resource in that area.
River from that site.
Yeah, so they're stating that it's not within 5 miles of the official designated public accessible resource.
Well, I mean, some of these though, Jaime, can be influenced by what the mapper tells us. So
right.
we might not even know unless the mapper shows something popping up.
Yeah, I would note that I'm looking at this and it's not clear to me that this was prepared by the EAF mapper. I think, let me pull up the short form to see if it's available under the short form that was submitted, which may have been done with the mapper. Yeah, it wasn't. I think, all I would ask is if we could probably get an update that connect back to the mapper.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, you went out there though.
Okay, it would be helpful if we could just get an updated submission of the of either the short form or the long form that deals with the mapper that uses the mapper, pulls in a lot of that GIS data. It appears to me that wasn't done here, but it would be helpful to have that.
I don't know that that's the case, but I will check with Gina Martini at VHB.
Yeah, normally at the end of it's possible that it is from the mapper, but there's these appending pages that usually come with it that have a map and show where it is. Those items are missing from this. So
she's very thorough. I'll make sure you get what you need.
Thank you. So again, we'll wait to get that information back. I think that would be helpful here, but I'm not off the top of my head aware of it. And their current proposal doesn't show its proximity to any aesthetic resources. Same with the impact on historic and archaeological resource. Proposed action may occur in or adjacent to historic or archaeological resource. I'm trying to think of the closest historic resource to that neighborhood.
Probably
it's a good distance away.
Like the cemetery. I don't even know if that's it considered one.
Maybe there's an old school down the street that I think might be locally identified, but not necessarily landmarked. It's a good distance away. I mean, it's half a mile away. So, but their EAF says that there's nothing there. Again, I think it'd be helpful to have that that copy from the EAF mapper that would go a long way to, just sort of confirming what you've already put into your report.
No problem.
Moving on to the next one, impact on open space and recreation. Proposed action may result in the loss of recreational opportunities or a reduction of open space resource as designated in any adopted municipal space plan. You know, there, as mentioned before, you just please provide in that memo sort of your compliance with these questions. I don't actually have any staff recommendations on what they can provide here. I don't think there's any issues there, but impact on critical environmental areas. I think the critical environmental area is in the LWRP zone on the other side of Route 9. So that's the closest critical environmental area. It's the only one that I know of in the village. So this one's outside of that. Just, you know, that memo can confirm that detail there. Impact on transportation. They have prepared a traffic study. I think, you know, what we're going to do is we're going to get a independent, you know, our consultant to take a look at it. So spoke with Joe a little bit earlier. I think, you know, we're just going to get a traffic engineer to come in and review it and give their own independent review of it. We're also kind of, you know, we've asked them to provide us with feedback from the state DOT. So they're going to provide that as well. If there's any more information other than that, I don't know if there's any other issues or any other questions they want to look into there. So moving on to impact on energy, proposed action may cause an increase in the use of any form of energy. Is there anything that the board would like to see there?
Do we have, you know, what their heating plant is, and you know, we didn't really talk about that in the BAR, but I mean, not much going on there, but just.
So the building is more than 100,000 square feet. So the proposed action may involve heating and cooling of more than 100,000 square feet of building area when completed. Building is right now proposed to be 106,000 square feet, I believe, or 111. I think it's either 106 or 111,000 square feet. So it's over 100,000 square feet. So, you know, I think you know, it's worthwhile to have the memo detail. You know, your stance on whether this is going to have an impact or not. But I would also note that this scale of building is not particularly out of scale with other buildings along Croton Avenue. So it's not certainly not going to be the biggest building. It will be the biggest building on that block, but it will not be the biggest building on Croton Avenue.
I think we also just want, yeah, we want them to be able to address that that there's sufficient capacity. This goes towards other questions on secret on the form. That there's sufficient capacity, water, electricity, et cetera, whatever hookups to be able to support.
Yeah. So one of the conversations, you know, early on, one of the statements by the applicant early on was they were going to be doing some things to make this a green building. I'm not sure whether they're, you know, looking to use geothermal or whether they're looking to use, you know, green roofs or sort of design elements that would lower the cost, you know, passive house or sort of LEED. They had mentioned LEED gold at some point, so it'd be helpful to have them sort of comment on that in the memo.
Yeah, we're preparing another sheet that has our sustainable initiatives, so we'll include that in the next submission as well.
So the next is the impact on noise, odor, and light. The proposed action may result in an increase in noise, odor, and outdoor lighting. I've requested it before in conversations. I'm not sure if it's been submitted to this point, but we did ask for a lighting plan.
Yeah, that's included in Franz's set.
Didn't we provide that, or am I?
You may have,
yeah.
Just provide.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just want to interject. Franz, have we provided the certification of power and water and such yet?
We not for power. We provided the hydrant flow test that we got from Austining, and if we haven't, I can forward that over. No problem.
Let's get it going.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, impact on human health. The proposed action may have an impact on human health from exposure to new or existing source contaminants.
Greenfield.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Seth.
I think, that would be partly covered in the Greenfield plan, the brownfield plan.
Right.
That's
true.
All right. So moving on to consistency with community plans. Obviously there's a comprehensive plan, there's form-based plan. They've talked a lot about it. I think that's something that they can highlight in their memo to detail how they're consistent with community plans. Consistency with community character. Again, that's something they can put into their memo to detail how their project is consistent with community character. Kind of go from there once we have that. And that's it.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to, again, I know I asked this on the last project too. Have we opened the public hearing yet on this project? I think we have, and I don't think we've heard from anybody. Mindful that it's late. Yeah.
Yeah, I would know. I mean, you've gotten a lot of comments in the past few days from the public. The zoning board has opened up the public hearing and they've had some comments. I would certainly advise allowing the community to comment.
For sure. So, with that in mind, where we are, and I do hear a buzzing on the line. I don't know where that's coming from. Possibly David. But if we can have a motion to open the public hearing.
Michael Aronson, motion to open a public hearing.
Second.
Nina Aaron, second.
All right, any objections? No objections, the motion passes. So we're now in a public hearing. So again, as with all the other applications, if you just raise your hand, if you would like to speak, when you do get brought in by Jaime, just before you speak your comment, just identify your name and your place of residence for the record. And I do see one hand up right now, which is, I guess, Keith Batensky.
Yes, I'm going to bring Keith in right now. He's an attorney representing Jim Chrissy, a neighbor.
Okay.
All right, Keith, you can go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Jaime, and good evening, members of the board. My name is Keith Batensky. I am the managing member of Batensky Law LLC, and I represent Jim and Mary Chrissy, who reside at 4 Watson Avenue. Their home is immediately adjacent to the subject property. Since they bought their home in 2019, they have enjoyed regular backyard barbecues with their family and friends. Mr. and Mrs. Chrissy appreciate that the applicant seeks to clean up and develop the property, and they're certainly not opposed to building affordable senior housing, and they appreciate the recent revisions to the site plan. However, the proposed building is dimensionally non-conforming by a large margin, and as proposed, the 4th floor, which exceeds the maximum permitted height in the code, would loom over the Chrissy's house. As stated in our January 24th letter, the Chrissy's have several specific concerns relating to traffic safety, parking, retaining wall safety, environmental impact, and property value. Out of respect for the board's time this evening, we will not go through those items in detail tonight, but instead ask that the board simply read our letter on their own time before the next meeting. Suffice it to say that for the reasons stated in our letter, we do not believe that the project, as proposed, satisfies the criteria in the code for site plan approval, nor does it satisfy the code requirements for the Croton Ave overlay district. The property as proposed appears to have the potential for significant environmental impact under the State Environmental Quality Review Act, especially due to the oversized design of the building, which is much, much larger than the surrounding buildings. By way of comparison, the Chrissy residence is approximately 1,200 square feet, and even the Mike Risco School Music School is substantially smaller than the proposed building. We were only recently retained and have not had an opportunity to review all the materials submitted. However, we believe that as part of the environmental review process, the planning board should consider asking the applicant for the following items. One is an alternatives analysis showing the proposed building that conforms to the dimensional requirements in the code, particularly the height and coverage of the building. Two, we would ask for potentially a larger landscape buffer in the rear yard and also increased distancing from the building to the Chrissy residence. The revised landscaping plan showing the arborvitae that the applicants mentioned tonight is appreciated, and it's a good step in the right direction, but this is a very large building next to a very modest sized house, and more needs to be done in order to provide adequate screening. Third, a rendering of the proposed building from the Chrissy's back deck has been requested, and we have yet to receive that. It is important to note that the rendering submitted by the applicant from Watson Avenue is taken from a short distance up Watson Avenue from the Chrissy residence looking down at the proposed building, and doesn't accurately depict what the visual impact would be to the Chrissy's backyard, where they spend a lot of time barbecuing with family and friends. And lastly, the board mentioned the brownfield cleanup plan earlier. Our concern is that if there is ongoing monitoring, such as groundwater monitoring and vapor monitoring, we would want to see where those monitoring points are on the property. Given the size of the building, we're concerned that some of those monitoring points might be located in the rear yard adjacent to the Chrissy house, and be concerned about the impact to their residents. We did attach a photograph to our letter, which was taken from the Chrissy's back deck facing north toward the project site. We hope that the board takes a look at that. It's attached as Exhibit A to our letter. And again, I would like to emphasize that the Chrissy's appreciate that the applicant seeks to clean up and develop the subject property. As currently proposed, however, the proposed building is simply too large for the property and too large for the neighborhood. And we respectfully request that alternative designs be considered as part of the environmental review process. We'd also like to thank the board for its time and consideration of this important matter. We know that a lot of information has been presented, and the board has taken a lot of time and energy to take that hard look that is required under SECRA. We also understand that the Croton Overlay District is a relatively new district, and this project will serve as precedent and help shape the look, feel, and character of the neighborhood for many years to come. And for that reason, we're especially appreciative of the board's time and attention to this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patensky. Jaime's distracted for a moment, but I'll look to see. I see one other hand. So can we bring in? I think Matthew Foreman is looking to try to come in.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry. I just got a little bit of
all good.
lost my train of thought. All right. Yeah. The next person is Matthew Foreman. I'm gonna bring them in right now.
All right. Very good. All right, Mr. Foreman, you're in the meeting now.
Hi, so I live at 6 Watson Avenue, just up the street from where the Christys live, and next door. And I have a lot of the same concerns that their lawyer Keith brought up, as well as I also want to make a formal request to have a rendering from our backyard as well of the building. So yeah, we have a lot of the same like values and concerns that the Christys have. So we just wanted to also be on record stating that.
What property do you live at?
6 Watson.
Right next door.
It's right next door.
Just one up the hill on Watson.
I also had some concerns about the traffic studies. So I've been living here for 15 plus years now. And based on what you guys are saying from the traffic studies that you conducted, I know that the town of Austin mentioned that you guys were gonna try to get an independent study as well to add information for you, but I just don't know how the numbers from the previous property of the traffic study that you guys were talking about with the Valley and Sun Valley Nursery. You guys are saying that they had trucks coming in and out of there, and that there's no way that you can have more trucks with the amount of residents you have living there. But I never remember seeing 70 people at the Sun Valley Nursery ever at a time. And their property was significantly farther back from the sidewalk, allowing for ample parking space and a lot of a lot of turnaround space to, pull in your cars and reduce traffic in the area.
I do want to clarify just real quickly for the individual speaking and for the public. I don't think we're looking to do our own traffic study. Rather, what we're going to do is we're going to bring in an independent traffic engineer to review the study that was submitted to see whether it was sufficient or not, and whether the material as submitted is correct, whether these are correct assumptions when they provided their traffic counts and their numbers. So it's going to be an independent review, but not a brand new traffic study.
Okay.
Sorry. All right. Do you have any other comments or feedback at this moment?
Yeah, I also want to make a formal request for an environmental impact study or impact survey due to the size of the building as well. Because you guys also mentioned that it's not the biggest building on Croton Avenue, but I believe it is the biggest building on Croton Avenue on that side. And it would impact the residential houses living in this area, substantially.
I was the one who stated that. I just want to clarify the applicant didn't state that I stated that. And I think the largest building on Croton Avenue on that side is 70 Croton Avenue, and it has 100 units.
But it's on the other side of Croton Avenue, right? Where there's less residents?
It's on the same side of Croton Avenue, but it's down the street.
So on the south side, just on the other side.
It's down the street. Yeah, it's down. So it's essentially, if you know where the Seatown is.
Yeah.
From your property, if you make a left on Croton Avenue, you go past Seatown, just past Seatown, there's a large building right off. There's the site that's currently under construction that's kind of been in limbo that was talked about earlier today. If you make that left, and the building on the left is 70 Croton Avenue, and it has 100.
Okay. So Mr. Foreman, do you have any other comments?
No, that's it.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. I do see a couple other hands up. So bring in Mary. Fully identify yourself when you come in.
Mary, if you could unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me? Did I join correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
We're here.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to point out a couple things.
Sorry, can you just identify yourself first for the record?
Oh, yep. Sorry. My name is Mary Martz. I live up the hill on 16 Watson Avenue. I just wanted to point out a couple things that were mentioned in the parking and traffic study. There are, with the addition of the entrance on Watson Avenue, you will be eliminating at least three, maybe 4 overnight parking spots where a tag is required. Those spots are pretty much filled every night. There is no other overnight parking on Watson Avenue. I just thought it was important to note that this site, overnight parking in the village is a commodity. It's an issue. And I don't see why we would allow this project to eliminate parking and without replacing it somewhere else. So I just wanted to point that out. I don't know if that's being addressed at all. There, like I said, there are cars there every night, all night. So, it will impact someone. I don't know who parks there. I also wanted to comment, the previous caller mentioned the nursery. I've lived here for 15 years and I was here when the nursery was in operation. And, you know, in your report, you say you refer to it as a thriving nursery. And I believe you take your statistics from a database of nurseries. And I just want to point out, as a resident here, I mean, that nursery was very small. I'm not sure how you define thriving, but I was there before. I never purchased anything because they didn't have a whole lot. I never saw cars or traffic. I often wondered how it remained in business for as long as it did. So I think that your data could possibly be grossly overstated. And also the nursery has been closed for several years. So it's really not a relative comparison. You're actually comparing like apples and oranges. I mean, we haven't seen traffic down there for at least 3 years. So it's really just irrelevant to the report. So I just wanted to point that out. It's really not easing anyone's concerns when you compare something that is just a complete different thing. The other thing is I just wanted to ask Mr. Canning what the impact of the error in the previous report was on the parking, because you had previously stated that there was plenty of parking available overnight, which was incorrect. So I glanced at the report today. It looks like it was taken out. What was the impact to the conclusion when you removed that, if any? And that's all.
So, Mr. Chairman, just for the record, since there's more than adequate parking for the development, in particular overnight, there is no impact from that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martz. Great comments. It's helpful to hear this. And can we bring in Brian and Maureen Gonder?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Brian Gonder. I reside at 9 Watson Avenue. I've been here for 34 years, a tax-paying resident of Ossining. I disagree with a majority of what's been said by the developer. You know, Mary and Matt pointed out some of the things, so I won't re-echo those. You know, the one thing I do agree with them is, yeah, there is a need for senior housing or affordable senior housing, but not at the size that they're proposing and recommending. I disagree with the comments, you know, on the number of trucks. Again, you know, I don't want to echo what everybody else said, but that was a nursery that had very limited impact on traffic and the like. So I disagree with that. You know, with the traffic study, you know, I've lived here all these years. I drive down to Watson and Croton Avenue, and the traffic for the light that's on Sutton backs up past, you know, where this property is. I can't imagine if there's more cars coming down Watson or exiting from this property onto Watson to get out. It's just going to be kind of crazy. So, you know, that's the one issue. As far as having adequate parking, you know, I missed one of the meetings because I had COVID, but I really would like to know how many spots the property's going to have housed within the property, not street parking. And that's basically all I have. So thank you for listening.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gonder. Okay, I'm looking at the list. I want to see if there's anybody else here to speak. I don't see any other names. I would just reiterate, you know, the comment about, you know, having the feedback of a third-party traffic consultant for the village. I think will be super helpful for our review. So to have that extra set of eyes. So we'll look forward to that process as well. Without seeing anybody else out there, Jaime, is there anything else that came in that we should be putting on the record before we adjourn?
Yeah, so there have been some comments, letters that were sent in. So if you go to the actual agenda, you'll see that there's one sort of consolidation of all of the comments that have been coming in. You know, obviously, I think that, you know, we've heard a lot from the neighbors and their concerns. There's a large memo from Keith Patensky. that has, details that you're going to want to go back and take a look at. There have also been some comments in support of the project. I'm having trouble getting this loading right now that I can show you, but right now we're looking at 52 pages of comments. I'm not sure if every single comment that came in today is here, but there's a lot there. Yeah. Okay.
These are all up on the agenda. They're all on the
Yeah.
record.
They're all up on the agenda and they're all there. So
okay. So
again, a few in support and the large majority from the neighbors who are in opposition.
Okay.
So the neighbors who spoke tonight are the people who wrote the letters.
Sure.
I think for the most part, but I think there might be some more. There may be some others that are.
Others who criticized everything you do. All your projects.
So, well, this is why we have this process. It's important to hear from them. So at this point, can we have a motion to close to adjourn the public hearing?
Bobby Bowker making a motion to adjourn the public meeting.
Eric Talbot, I second the motion.
All right, any objections? No objections. The motion passes. The public meeting is adjourned. Okay, so so this has been helpful. I think we are running a little low on time. We do have one more item on the agenda, on the main part of the agenda. So if we can move there, Jaime, and if you could introduce that, we can say goodbye to our large cohort.
Chairman, can I just answer real quick Mr. Gonder's question, just because we want to provide as much information as possible. He did ask about the number of parking spaces. So we do have 79 spaces currently on site. So I know he was asking for that information.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Okay, so let's move on. Let's bring in our group for the remaining of the night. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time this evening. We appreciate it.
Good night.
Thank you very much.
See, that was nice. I didn't have to remove anybody. They all just left.
They'll remove themselves.
That saves me some time. Okay.
Distracted themselves.
We bought a minute. So the next item on the agenda is 4 State Street. The applicant is seeking site plan approval, VAR, and conditional use permit from this board, as well as a variance, a parking variance to convert a 2-family home into a restaurant. They have a traffic study that they're looking to submit to the zoning board. And so until that is submitted, the zoning board can't make their determination. So that matter is adjourned today. There's 31 Croton Avenue. It's a project that has come to this board. Initially, they came to the board applying under the form-based code. We spoke with BFJ. BFJ kind of recommended they go through if they thought if it was reasonable to get a use variance from the zoning board for it. The applicant felt that they just didn't have a strong case for the use variance. They felt like they had a better case under the form-based code due to the sort of the hardship question and the fact that they want to be in conformance with the new form-based code. But the form-based code, when brought into place, didn't change the underlying code, which does not allow residential uses on the first floor. So they're going to instead go back to the form-based code. I spoke with the applicant yesterday. They're going to prepare a memo showing how they're in conformance with the form-based code, and I plan on meeting with them and along with other staff to help them put that application together. So that matter is adjourned tonight. There's a Water Street, the 30 Water Street application, which is placed on the agenda, but it's actually really not ready to go. So we're expecting that it could return in February once their application materials have been updated and submitted. So because it's been off for so long, once they are ready to come to the board, we're going to have them renotice their neighbors to make sure that that everybody's noticed the application is going forward. So the other items that are left here is a discussion on the parking presentation, and I'm gonna board decide here whether they want me to give this presentation, which is going to take at least 15 minutes and probably requires a high level of attention, or whether you want to go through the material yourself. it's worth noting now that we're probably going to have to prepare an additional meeting or work session with 30 Water Street, with 36 Croton Avenue, with the ongoing, 173, 175. There's a lot of stuff going on, so we're going to need to have an additional work session. So that might be a better time to schedule this. We also want to schedule a sort of a joint work session between the zoning board and the planning board to discuss the form-based code. So it'd be essentially a training meeting where you could get training credit for it for your annual requirement, but we'd like to get something like that scheduled. So today is probably a good day to start, throwing out, kind of the best Thursdays available for you so that we can go back to the zoning board in a couple of weeks and confer with them.
Yeah.
So that was a lot. I'm sorry. It's
All
like,
right.
I've been more eloquent in previous days.
I mean, so really, at this point, should we be thinking really about 2 Thursdays, a work session to deal with, the parking, which, to be fair, we've been talking about that now. It keeps on getting punted off at the end, which I understand, and we don't have time to do that right now. But then, we've had a couple of different parallel conversations between parking and some other items here. It would be helpful to have a work session and to take some stuff out of this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, if you want to have a discussion about the parking presentation and the form-based code, you could probably put those two together. The parking presentation shouldn't take, more than 15 minutes to present, and then probably another 15 to 20 minutes to discuss. I think the form-based would, I'm assuming it's going to be about an hour. So, that would look at like a 2-hour meeting. If you wanted to have a work session, we'd need to probably schedule something 6 weeks out. So maybe after the next planning board meeting and before the zoning board meeting, which would allow enough time to schedule between both and also notice properly.
But it's not a public meeting. They don't need to worry about public hearings or anything.
Do we need to notice if they're all going to be there? I don't actually know. Do we need to notice if they're all going to be sitting there in the room together?
Well, yes, because it's an open meeting, but you don't need to worry about noticing for public hearings. You just need to let people know that there's a meeting happening. So there's no like 10-day,
Yeah, is it like a 3-day or a 5-day notice?
Yeah, it's like basically, yeah.
I think the challenge for us is that the Gazette, in order to get into the Gazette, you got to do it on a Tuesday to get it in like a week out. So there's sort of like that lag time, unless we, post to the journalists, which is possible if we have a shorter turnaround time. But it would be easier for us to schedule something either before the next planning board meeting or after the next planning board meeting, so the week before, the week after. But I don't know. How does the board feel about that?
I want to try to get a date like February 17th. It's a Thursday. Only thing I have on that calendar that day is to fertilize my plants, but
okay,
pretty Thursday.
Is that before our next meeting? That's before our next meeting.
That would be before the next meeting. Yeah, that'd be before the next meeting. So
I mean, that worked for me.
I don't have anything.
Okay.
I'm going to be gone the last 2 weeks of February, but that doesn't matter. I can't.
It's February 17th, so it's right around the cutoff there point for that.
Yeah.
You're gonna be out that day?
I'm going to be gone 16th through the 28th.
Okay. All right.
But there's plenty of people. Like, I'm okay if the meeting happens. I mean, I'm happy to be there if it's any time between before then or after then. But
yeah, I mean, so
whatever
keep in
works.
mind that if you're not able to attend, we will, obviously we need to speak with the zoning board and check with their schedules as well. But if you're not able to attend, we're going to record it. So it'll be available, and we plan on posting it to the website sort of in perpetuity so that people have the ability to go back, watch this form-based district, the form-based, stuff and use it. Because I think it's a worthwhile tool for future board members as well who, aren't necessarily going to benefit from being in that meeting.
That sounds helpful. Yeah.
Do you want to have an alternate date on deck just in case the zoning board has conflicts?
There's the week after the planning board meeting.
3rd.
Does the 3rd work for people?
3rd of February or 3rd of March?
March.
Fine.
That works for me.
And
That
for
works
me,
for me too.
yeah, both of those
Yeah, that
dates
works
work.
right now. Yeah.
You don't even have to fertilize on that day, so perfect.
No, I do. It's every 2 weeks, so that happens to be the second bi-weekly date.
Are we talking house plants, Bobby?
Your house plants. They need it.
That's very,
They need extra love in the winter. No more vitamin D for them.
that's very responsible.
Very.
My mother-in-law, she preaches that, she fertilizes her plants, so.
You have to. It makes for a happy plant.
No wonder all my plants are dead.
I know.
All right. Before we dissolve too far, we do have also I guess what was the resident comments was additional business of the board that was put on there. Those were some of the letters that we were reading.
Yeah, we've read those. Yeah, I largely read them. I mean, so one of those comments, both of them have comments about 136, 140 Croton Avenue. So, I mean, definitely take a look at them. They're sort of, we prefer that applicants or comments come in that are specific to one thing at one time, but they didn't come in. So we just kind of did what we could with them.
And, if there are any, no, there are not any more real members of the public left, but, they need to, the public needs to address their comments to specific projects and global comments, about planning or the code or zoning in general. This board really has no authority to address those. They should be addressed to the Board of Trustees.
Right.
So,
Makes sense.
you all know.
Okay. And finally, we did, Jamie did circulate the minutes from the last 2 meetings, November 23rd and December 21st. So has everybody had an opportunity to review those? Or I know they came in relatively recently, but. So if so, can we, do we need to wait till the next session, or are we comfortable voting on those at this point?
Do we know who was at both of those?
Right.
Sessions?
So I guess maybe we should break those out, right, into 2 separate votes then, because there was not the same attendance list, I don't think.
I don't think Bobby was at either.
Nina, I don't think you were at the November meeting.
I wasn't at Niner.
That's right. I wasn't at the November one. Yeah.
I have the meetings in front of me. I wasn't at either of them. I was like brutally sick. Yeah, it was terrible.
On December 21st, that was like a bare minimum. That was myself, Michael, Nina, and Eric is all I had.
That was rough.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Yes, it was there.
Yeah, and then I had the other one open now. I may have lost it on my laptop here. Hold on a second.
I read over both of the packets though, like an hour before
I
we
was
got
at
on.
both of the meetings, but I haven't looked closely at the notes, to be honest with you.
All right, well, then if you want, it may be helpful then to have, is it okay? I mean, is there any, we're a little bit back in time, but maybe by next meeting, we can have minutes from this meeting and the prior to and clean slate. People need more time to read them. I know it's been hard.
That's fine.
Okay, so let's do that then. And can we then have a motion to adjourn?
Wait. One sec, Seth. I'm sorry.
All right, jumping the gun.
On the work session that we were just giving dates for, that's gonna be with the zoning board. We said that the parking discussion will happen with that. I just want everyone to consider that the zoning board will also be there. So it won't be just a meeting where you guys are talking about that. They could also be part of that discussion. If you guys are okay with that, then that's okay. If you want it to be just your board having that discussion, consider.
I mean, I think it's probably fine. It's just a public presentation that was given by the assistant village manager to the board of trustees.
No, I don't have a problem
Yeah,
with them hearing the parking study, but it's going to turn into a discussion between both boards rather than just a discussion with the planning board, most likely.
So we want to review the parking plan prior to the meeting, so we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I would discourage you from, spending too much time talking with the zoning board in that way, because you're going to send sort of comments to the planning board. I think that,
right.
and there's also going to send comments to the planning board, and so if the zoning board wanted to send comments to the planning board, that they should kind of have an internal discussion amongst themselves. I think it's
Could we
probably
do
not
like
a good,
Sorry, could we just break them up? Could we do like a 6:30 work section for the planning board and then a 7 o'clock joint session? And that way we're keeping them separated.
yeah,
I think that makes sense.
I think that's a good idea.
I think that's good.
Can I request that the parking presentation actually goes second rather than first? Just because I think I can't guarantee how long that conversation is going to take.
Drop again.
Well, I just don't know when that conversation is going to end. So, I don't want to sort of, if we say it's going to be 30 minutes, then you sort of compress the amount of time you have to talk about it.
That's fine.
Yeah, that makes sense. And get BFJ in and out. Yeah.
Right. They've got
So do the zoning, I mean, the form-based training, the joint meeting first, and then do the parking after.
Yeah. Because if we tell BFJ, we want you for an hour, we'll get an hour. They're not going to be like dragging it out.
Can we start at 6:30 maybe? Instead of 7?
That's fine with me.
For me. Okay.
All right, that was it.
Awesome. Okay, on that note, so can we then have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
Michael Aronson, motion to adjourn the meeting.
A second.
Nina Aaron, second.
Any objections? No objections. Motion passes. The meeting is closed. I'm gonna go have dinner.
Awesome. Have a great night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Night, everybody.
Good
Night.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you all.